everyone, welcome to the final day of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Today, everything is at stakes. Who is going to be the winner of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open? Arjun Erigaisi or Andrei Yeshipenko? Srinath, what is your expectation of today?
Irene, I think to be honest, Yeshipenko is a better favorite. And the reason I say this is because at this level, it's usually higher probability of a draw.
Yep.
And Yeshipenko has the draw odds. And Arjun has to win on demand with the white pieces, which has happened in the past, but with a lot less frequency than a draw happening in the last round. So I think Yeshipenko is going to be a favorite. But on the other hand, we know Arjun.
Yes.
Arjun's not one who's going to let things go easy. He's going to try and hit Yeshipenko with as much force as he can muster. And Yeshipenko has to either block it or counterattack. And that's going to be the exciting game of today.
Exactly, yes. I'd like to discuss about it more, but I think we also have to remind our viewers about the standings and pairings of today. So let's take a look who is going to play against who today. Yeshipenko is leading the field with 7 out of 8, half a point ahead of Arjun Erigaisi, who is in the clear second place with 6.5. And the remaining of the field, they are on 6 points and 5.5 points. But today, we're going to focus heavily on the first boat. It's between Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Yeshipenko, because only one of them who is going to be the winner of the 2024 edition.
And it's going to be all about that game, Irene, and they clash on the very first board. Arjun with the white pieces, Yeshipenko with the black pieces. And we also have Abdisatru Nodibek returning to the second board after the first round. He was there on the first round and now he's there on the last round. He plays against Leon Mendonca and the Shan Sargsyan against Salim AR Saleh. And although the first board is the one that takes most of our attention, the second board and third board also matters a lot, especially in case the first board becomes a draw. In this case, it really makes a difference how many people share the second place with Arjun. Arjun would have the second place if he has 7 points, and it will make a lot of difference on how many FIDE circuit points he gets based on how many other people are there with 7 points. So these are the top clashes. And then we have Artemiev against the young Ivan Zemlyansky, Idani Puya and Amin Tabatabai. A lot of clashes between players of the same country. But on the sixth board, we have an India versus Uzbekistan, Karthikeyan Murli against Vokiro Shamsuddin, Nihal Sarin plays Daneshwar Bardia, Abdi Salemo playing against the defending champion Nodibek Ikubayev in an all-Uzbek encounter. And we have Galevis Medina against SL Narayanan and Bharat Subramaniam against
Nguyen Gokchangsan. Yes.
Yes.
And I'm just noting the second board there, the comeback of Nodirbek Abdusattorov after his loss in the first round. It's very inspiring as well. I think he's also very motivated to catch up with the leaders in the FIDE circuit points, because even though it looks like it's almost no hope for him to be on the first place of this tournament, but he still can catch up with a win today. I think it's going to bring him at least to the third position. And he also will be playing the World Rapid and Blitz, and that is going to be his last chance to gain as many FIDE circuit points as he can.
Absolutely, Irene. If both Arjun and Nodibek finish strongly here, if they finish strongly, then no matter what happens, the culminating point for the FIDE Circuit 2024 will be the World Rapid and Blitz in New York. And this FIDE Circuit 2024 is going to ensure the first player who goes into the 2026 FIDE candidates. So this is exactly what is at stake, and the player who qualifies through this path will be the first out of 8 players in the 2024 FIDE candidates, and they're going to have a very peaceful 2025,
Right.
because they don't have to qualify for the 2026 candidates. They'll already be in.
Yeah, it is very important. You know, even 1 point, 1 point is it matters a lot. So it's very important for both Arjun Erigaisi and Abdusattorov Nodirbek to maximize their chances in order to get the highest point of the FIDE circuit points.
Yeah, every decimal matters actually.
Yes, exactly. Talking about decimal, right? Because well, for yesterday's win, Arjun is being rewarded as the current world number 3. It's only like this decimal, 0.20 or 0.2. Hikaru Nakamura is now on world number 4 in the live rating list. But if Arjun wins this one, this is going to be huge because in the next rating list, okay, we're talking about future circuit points already, but in the next rating list, January 2025, if Arjun wins this one, he's going to be world number 2, just behind the one and only Magnus Carlsen.
And I think Arjun just has to ensure that he doesn't lose today in order to keep his rating above 2800 to end the year. Because with the draw, he loses around 1 point and he'll still maintain his rating at 2801.
Yeah, that's very well put, Srinath. Yeah, and I for the game because sometimes it can motivate him, but also it can pressurize him as well.
Yeah, he used to have this thought. So they used to, check the rating after every single game.
Really?
This generation, yeah. And they used to have this thing that they want to have, at least a plus score of rating when the tournament ends. And that's one of the things that would make them feel better, even if the tournament is not going great.
Yeah.
And there we have the display of the tournament hall with our special guest and all the players, almost all the players are seated coming in early today, but they got the information and they managed to make it on time at 12 noon today.
Yes, because the original schedule was the anticipation of the potential tiebreak, which might happen because last year it happened between the two Nordirbacks, Yakubayev and Abdusattorov. But after the outcome of the 8th round, we are pretty sure that after the final round, there is no going to be any tiebreak or playoff.
Yeah, because the tiebreak is only for the first prize for the Qatar Masters 2024 champion, who gets the $25,000 first prize and around 23 FIDE circuit points. And this is exactly what these two players are fighting for. Arjun Erigaisi on the left with the white pieces, and on the right corner is Andrei Yeshipenko with the black pieces.
Yes, and Andrei Yeshipenko has won his game 3 times in a row, back to back to back. And of course, he's the toughest contender for Arjun so far at this tournament. And we'll see if Arjun can pass this obstacle, the last obstacle. It's just like if you're playing a game, like a computer game, it's like the final boss. And there you go. We are going to see the ceremonial first move by the president of the Arab Chess Federation, Mr. Sheikh Dr. Khalid bin Hamid Al Qasimi.
And he's just asking Arjun what move. Arjun is like, please feel free to make any move. I'm going to make my own move in a few minutes, but please feel free to make any move. And he's made that first move. Arjun takes it back, and we'll pretty soon have the kickoff of the 9th round. And Irene, sometimes some of these special guests that we have, sometimes they can also be nervous on which first move to make. But for them, the good thing is it's not going to affect the player.
Yes.
I remember in our last tournament in Chennai, one of the special guests we had invited, he was a bit nervous on what first move to make. And I can imagine, because if you go to Super Bowl, for instance, you would also be nervous, right?
Right. Yeah, if you go to Super Bowl and then you have to make your first throw, right?
Yeah.
But pushing the wood piece is way, way easier.
Physically, yes.
Physically,
it seems so.
yeah.
But mentally, when you see other people watching what you're making,
yeah.
And in this case, it's always reassuring for them. So these things also play out.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I think at some point I saw, one of the special guests. They know how to play chess, but they put knight a3 on purpose.
Okay.
Something like this, something that none of the top players would play on the first move in the serious games. And today, I also have to touch the subject soon enough. Today is also the last day of the game 14. It's technically not really the last day, because if the match is going to end to end with a draw, then they're going to play the tiebreak tomorrow. But today is a very big day for the Indian chess fans.
Absolutely. This is the exact message I got from a very big Indian chess supporter today in the morning on WhatsApp. He was like, very big day for Indian chess today. And we also have the first few moves on the board, on the first board. So let's quickly move to that. Arjun has started with 1d4, as was made by our special guest today. His opponent replied with knight to f6. Arjun sticking to 2c4, which he also played against Karthikeyan Murali yesterday. e6 played by Eshipenko, and Arjun has played his knight to f3. Eshipenko replying with d5, and here, yesterday, Arjun played the knight to c3 against Karthikeyan Murali, but today he has gone for this variation with c takes d5, which also notably gave Gukesh one of his two wins in the World Championship match against Ding Lijian. He took c takes d5, his opponent took e takes d5, knight to c3. This was the game between Gukesh and Ding Lijian, game 3, if I remember right. Of course, I'm quoting from my memory, but yeah, it was definitely the structure, and that's probably the opening. Maybe with small differences with the inclusion of knight c3, bishop e7, but by taking c takes d5 on the fourth move and playing e takes d5 without waiting for the inclusion of knight c3 and bishop e7, this gives black the freedom to develop his bishop to b4, Ragozin style.
Yep.
And this is actually transposed to the Ragozin opening, which comes after knight c3, bishop b4. And here, white has a few different moves. Bishop g5 is one, queen a4 check is one. But there's also this variation with c takes d5. And after e takes d5, bishop g5 used to be the main line, but bishop f4 became trendy at one point, and this is exactly what it has transposed to, but from a slightly different move order. Arjun took c takes d5 first, then he played the knight to c3. With bishop b4, Eshipenko takes the game into the Rogozin territory, and now Arjun goes bishop to f4, which sets up which goes into pretty interesting positions, Irene. I remember this was one of the battlefields of Magnus Carlsen around 2021, 2020-21. He had a lot of these games. Actually, all through history, but especially I was looking at these variations and investigating it very seriously around the 2018-2021 region. A lot of top Indian players play Ragozin. Vidit used to have it as his main opening pre-pandemic. Surya Ganguly, and I was part of a lot of these Indian teams. So we spent extensive time on the Ragozin variations. And knight e4 is, of course, the main move after bishop f4. And this attacks the c3 knight. White goes for rook to c1. And now black's main move is knight to c6. A lot of these variations involve black going for an early g5. And this is just part of the theory. It goes into wild variations. It goes into wild positions. And this is one of the variations where it's not so easy for black to, get something super solid and safe. Of course, there are lines which also takes game into a position where black can keep control. But for Eshipenko, the challenge is he would have had to prepare it, and he would also need to exactly remember and reproduce it on the board today.
Right, but I just want to note the opening choice by Yushipenko here, and also to remind the viewers that Yushipenko just needs to get a draw in order to win the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. But his opening choice here is very far from being simple, right? Even as black, playing with the black pieces here, he's trying to complicate the position. Because I also note, like, Arjun, if he would like to try for a win, I have to criticize his move taking on d5. Because it doesn't feel like, it's the spirit of the outcome that you're trying to get. I was thinking, knight c3 is there, or maybe Catalan is there, right? Trying to get a game, but taking on d5, it feels a bit too simple for me. And I was really hoping that it wasn't going to a crossbar structure, because then it would be just very calm. I know there's still many winning chances here for both sides, but now we are seeing Ragozin on the board. I'm getting excited again.
Yeah, and I didn't to also explain the rationale behind the decision, going back a bit on the third move. So the problem with going for something like knight c3 or g3 here, the more mainstream variations you go to, the more theory, the more moves your opponent knows, the more forcing it gets, and the higher chances that black is able to make a draw easier. So c takes d5 is more obscure here, but gives you a higher chances of getting a game. That's one thing. And the second thing, there are also a lot of new methods that white has discovered to try and get a game here. One of them involves, for instance, going for an early h3 g4, And there are quite a few newer ways of playing this. Notably, this was also the choice of Arjun against Linear Dominguez in the match against USA in the Olympiad. And I think that was also the decisive match for us, where we defeated USA 2.5, 1.5. So this is the reason why Arjun probably went for this. But like you mentioned, Eshipenko's choice of going for something complex after this was the game knight c6, Arjun went knight to d2, and now black played g5. All of this mainstream theory. Bishop to e3, the bishop has to retreat to e3, and it also defends the d4 pawn this way. Knight takes c3, b into c3, and now here black has played the bishop to a3, attacking the c1 rook. The rook moved a bit, and now black goes f5. And all of these were again mainstream theory. If you look at the games, the top games from this position, you see all these games in 2020-21. There's a game between Carlsen and Anish where Carlsen blended with white and lost. That also followed g3 on the board, and this is the live position that we have here after g3. Bishop d6 was the main move played in these games, and you see all these games. This happened a lot in 2020 and 2021 when the Magnus Carlsen chess tour was in full force. You know, the online tournaments where they used to play each other almost every month.
Yes, yes. Okay. Well, thanks for explaining more to the personal insights of what Arjun had done before, because now I stand corrected. Now, you see, like sometimes these players are doing something that is uncommon. That what we thought was simple, but for them, hey, it's not that simple. We're going to, make the position complex. We also try to avoid some sort of openings preparation. So wow, so I played the Sargozin myself as black, but not exactly in this position. But I can have a feeling that after you push all this f5 g5, which happened in many of Raguzin's variation, you get a game.
Yeah, absolutely. You get a game, but so far they're still following the mainstream theory. And Eshipenko definitely knows till this point, because I mean, this was all well known by 2020, 2019. Players had these things in their notes. Knight f3 attacked the g5 pawn. Black pushed that pawn to f4. Arjun moves the bishop back to d2. And this is one of the moves. Bishop c1 was the other move. But what I'm curious at the moment is, where does Arjun have his new idea here? Because he's certainly not going to repeat the games which has already happened and make a draw, which is the result which has happened in so many of correspondence games from this position onwards. So Arjun certainly has a new move, and I have my Leech's Masters database open, the players database open, to understand where exactly is there going to be a new move here.
Okay, we'll see. Yeah. Eshipenko is now thinking, okay, I'm not going to try to peek on your screen soon enough. I'm just going to try to use my own brain because I'm already off of the book here for me. So if I saw this position for the first time, okay, let me see what I would do.
This is a very dangerous position if you play for the first time. I myself had this with black, and I think the last time I played this was actually in one of these Halloween tournaments, by Mr. Dodgy.
I see.
And I played against Jan Gustafsson. I lost this with black pretty quickly. This was in 2021. And I was wearing a very scary mask, so maybe people didn't know it was me with the black pieces. But I got crushed with black.
Yeah. This Halloween tournament. Yeah, I took a part. Not this year. I think it was last year. And unbeknownst to me, I was actually playing against Dubov, and he went on winning the event.
Yeah, that's the fun part of the tournament. Yeah, you don't know who is who, but actually the chat finds it very quickly. They can just see the streamer setup, they can see the chair, the mic, and all these things, and they find the players very quickly.
Yeah, but also these players like Dubov and myself, we quite travelers, so we don't really have like fixed setup. Sometimes
True.
we are streaming from some country, and then the next month another country. And by the way, we have some moves here. Already
Short
played.
castle and g takes f4, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. GTX F4, and again, when I have this Leech's Masters database open, I can so easily predict the opening moves of top GMs because this is also what they are looking at. They are looking at what the other grandmasters have played from here, the other correspondence games from here, and correspondence games are these games where the players they exchange moves by. It used to be by letters, then by emails, and now they can also make these moves in chess playing platforms. But it's like one move per day, not one move per minute or one move for a few minutes, but one move per day. And more importantly, they're allowed to use external help legally. So they are allowed to use Stockfish or any other engine. And this results in a play of such high quality that these games are also very useful research material for people who study openings, who work on openings. So this is one of the most important go-to research tools because all of these games come in the master's database. And this gives you an idea of what the opening trend is and where the theory stands.
I see. Very informative. Yes. I always have a very high respect of correspondent games as well because the quality it's sometimes being underestimated by so many players. Like if especially the non-chess professionals, like whenever they play a tournament and then they see some reference in the database and then they see, oh, I don't know this guy's name, I don't know this name, I'll just go for like Magnus Carlsen's game, Fabiano Caruana's games. But if you actually take a look closer, if the game is a correspondence game, then you can make sure that that's very high quality um, despite being played by some unknown players, right?
Right. Absolutely. I came to know of these tools around the 2014 Olympiad, and if you see, actually, this is literally how some of the information was passed on to the Indian chess school. Some of the top players would learn it by being at the top and spending time with other top players. It would get passed down to the other coaches
Yes.
in the Olympiad team. And then in 2014, we were still learning as a team on many of these techniques. So two of the major changes at that time, one was the correspondence database and the other is the cloud engines.
Yes.
We have another move by Shipenko. He has taken G into F4. So far we are following the known path. Here, the move for white is C4, trying to open up the king side. This is the direction of the two correspondence games here played into 2020 and 2022. And there we have it on the board as well. Arjun has made this move C4. He still keeps 1 hour and 35 minutes. And Irene, talking about this deep opening preparation and the depth of it, I must, divert a bit because I think we are already having a result in the first 20 minutes.
Do
It's a
we?
game, yes, it's a game between Abdis Alimo and Norbek Yakubayev, and they have already played 23 moves. This game seems to be going towards a draw because it's coming
Wow.
from a very popular variation in the Roy Lopez Open, and the defending champion Yakubayev is he's clearly not at the peak of his motivation in the last round with just 5.5 out of 8. And I think they are going towards a draw. They can literally see each other, but they still have to make 6 more moves legally in order to, officially be able to agree for a draw with each other. So they are, going to repeat the moves 3 times at this point, and then once that happens and they reach the 30th move, they will just officially agree to a draw.
Yeah, because it was also quite a tough journey for Yakuboyev. Yeah, he also lost in the first round, and yeah, I think we see the repetition of the moves, and soon I guess we'll see in the camera that the arbiter will come.
Yeah, if you make the 30 moves, you don't even need to call the arbiter and like if you make 31 moves, you don't even need to call the arbiter and spend another 2 minutes confirming the repetition. You can just sign the score sheet and give it to the arbiter. So if I was white, I would just make 31 moves just to be sure and give the score sheets, go back to my hotel room and be in time for lunch, which uh, not everyone's going to get today.
Yeah, including us.
I know.
It's guaranteed that we're gonna take our lunch. But it means if they have to keep playing until the 30th move, they're going to make like a five-fold repetition.
Yeah, they're going to make a five-fold repetition, but that's sometimes in chess you just can't make progress. So um, the logical result at the end of it is a draw, and there we have it, the three times repetition, and the first result of the round nine, a draw between Abdisalimov against the defending champion Yakubev Nodebek, and with this they ensure that they become part of the prize list, even though they lose chance of getting a higher price, but still 6 out of 9 will likely get them some price amongst the price list in
Yeah,
the top.
definitely. Definitely, because in this Qatar Masters Open with the total price of 108,000 US dollars. I'm just scrolling. Okay, up to the top 10, we'll get the prize, and I think it's gonna be shared if you have the same points.
No,
Oh,
all
will
the
not be shared.
prizes of for the event will be
Yeah,
awarded based on a
luckily I
tie break
checked.
and will not be shared. But
Yes.
we have a few special prizes. So, for instance, there is the prize for the top woman, and then there are some rating band prizes.
Yeah.
So, if someone finishes in the top 10, there's also a chance that they will get whichever prize is higher, but not both of them.
Okay, just for fun, yeah. There is a rating band of 2,500 until 2,599, and I think after round eight,
It's Abdisalimov,
I think I did.
and I also see Zemlyansky.
Okay, Abdisalimov, Zeliamsky, and that's pretty much it for now. So
Crazy.
with this draw, it ensures Abdisalimov to at least
Yeah,
get the second
absolutely.
prize of the 2,500, 2,599 rating band. It depends on the result of Ivan Zeliamsky. If Ivan wins, then he's going to win the rating band, and if he draws, then I don't know. It's gonna be the same points.
Yeah, and I think these are some of the prizes we would be competing for if we
Mm-hmm.
were playing in this tournament. Yeah, like I would be competing for the 2,500, 2,599. That's one of the prizes. You would be in contention for the top women's prize.
Yep.
And it's also interesting to note that both of them they have around 5.5 out of 8, the top place in both these rating bands. So this would have been uh, what we would have to reach in order to at least win a prize in this event.
Yeah. And for the women's standings, the first place for now, it's still by Polina Shivalova with 5 out of 8, and then just half a point behind Shivalova is Nandita with 4.5. So there is a 5,000 US dollar prize for the first winner of the best women's. So they are really in a contention to get that. Oh, also Leia Garivolina with 4.5, and Gunay Mammadzada from Azerbaijan also on 4.5.
So there's a lot of competition there, and
Yes.
they also have pretty important last round games for their prizes in contention. Yeah, it's
Definitely,
yeah.
definitely. Yeah, I remember last year I think it was Divya.
Hmm.
Yeah, Divya who won the best women's prize. So
Yeah. It's a stiff competition. It's not at all easy, and I think you need a performance rating of at least 2,600 to
oh
win
yeah,
the top women's prize.
definitely. And also usually when you win the top women's prize,
Hmm.
you gain your rating too.
Yeah.
Because it has to be like a very good performance in order to get it. Because yeah, like for example, right now Shivalova, she is on 5 out of 8,
Hmm.
and I think she has been playing very well as well. She only lost once, and it was against Arkady Naidic, and we saw that game, right?
Yeah.
It was also very quite close battle.
Yes.
And then after that, she made 4 draws and 1 win. And then already starting from round number 7 until the current round, she's been taking on Indian grandmasters, and now she's playing against Surya Sakar Ganguly.
Yeah, pretty strong, pretty young Indian grandmasters. And I also noted that all the names you mentioned, Paulina, Gunai, and Nandita, they are all relatively young. Yeah, I think
Yes,
all of them under 30 at the very least, and many of them under 25.
I feel old now. If under 30 is what you called with young,
Um, I,
it's
I,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for making squirm. It's fine. It's fine. All right, back to the game. We have some moves updates here. First of all, it would be I was just recapping what you were saying, it's going to be very dangerous if you play this position for the first time, if you haven't seen this one before, right? So of course both players have some sort of preparation or some experience. I don't know whether they actually predicted the game would go to this direction, but at least they already had some experience playing this variation, playing this position. So if I can just ask you some basic question about this position, because usually I will not let my king to be exposed. And as you can see on the G file, it's just a direct threat to the king immediately with rook G1. Of course, I think the king will stand very safely on H8, but it feels like, there's something loose around the king already.
Absolutely, Irene. And White's last move, c4, it exactly seeks to open up this king. Because like you mentioned, the king would be safe on h8. But if black takes d takes c4, then what it potentially does in this position and why the bar is jumping up with excitement is because in the future, after let's say a check and the king goes to h8, this bishop has an avenue to reach the king from the c3 point with the opening up of the position with d5. So this is the reason why white has played the pawn to c4 here. And then after bishop c3 and d5, the position gets opened up. But for the same reason, black is unlikely to take this c4 pawn at the moment. But it also explains why white has just pushed the pawn to c4. And a lot of people will be wondering why the pawn is right in the, right next to the d5 pawn, it's going to get captured. And when people are learning chess, I think one of the first things we teach is, not to blender something, not to give away things for free. But Arjun is sacrificing it for this reason, to open up access to the black king. And this is also the reason why black is also going to politely say, no, thank you.
Yeah, there are a few moves here that I can think of in order to respond to the c4. Normally, I would like to have an outpost for my knight on d5. It would be the dream. Let's say I play knight e7, and if you take, knight takes. But the drawback of this move is the bishop on d6 will be trapped by c4, c5. So that dream, I have to forget about it for now. So what else can black be doing in this position?
Interesting. So knight takes c7 is out of the question. D takes c4 is unlikely. And another move which defends the d5 point is bishop to e6. But the drawback of this, it loses the b7 pawn. And we saw how Arjun is with pawn grabbing. And so are you, actually.
Also, I think if bishop e6, I'd like to play something like rook g1 knight g5.
Yeah, you can do that as well. Rook g1 and knight g5, just harass this bishop. The bishop has a safe haven on g8 at this point, but still you can up the pressure, you can create pressure.
Yeah.
You can keep going after the bishop.
Like
And
maybe
this
play
knight,
c2 as well, right?
exactly.
Yeah, something like that. Or maybe not now, because I see the bar drops down because d4 pawn is... No, d4 pawn is not hanging. There's bishop c3. So why doesn't computer like it then?
Well, Irene, this position, it's not so easy to get answers. But I think c takes d5 should be the first
I
move.
think so
And then
too,
after
yeah.
bishop into d5, queen c2 comes with better force.
Yeah. I think that's better. Oh yeah, because I think when the queen goes to c2, black can just simply take c4. And then you always have an outpost on d5 with the knight should d5 happens.
Right.
Yeah, something like... Okay, then I'm wrong again. Oh my gosh, this shows how complex the position is.
I know.
Like within just one move, we make some natural looking move, right?
But I think knight takes d4 should be the move because bishop c3 there's c5.
Wow, right. No.
This
Oh,
goes
I
rook
know
into
why.
b7.
Rook
Yeah.
b7 and rook h7. Yes. Oh, this is...
No, but I wouldn't feel so bad actually about the evaluation bar because um, I thought this was only with me. But then once I had the opportunity to commentate with Vishy Anand during the 2022 candidates, and the bar was treating us all in the same way. And when Vishy would come on the commentary, initially he would come, he would suggest moves without looking at the computer because
Exactly.
he just didn't see the bar. But then when he saw the bar, he also felt the same way that, oh, this move is not correct, this move is correct. And he was being led to his thought process
Yes,
the
yes.
same way based on how the bar was moving up and down.
Right. Yeah, I had the opportunity to also commentate with Fishy one time in the World Cup for 3 days, and we were on the pace of like the standard portion. I think there was no tiebreak when I was commentating with him, and then in the standard portion, he was the hand, so he operates the computer, he operates the board and so on, and then I was. He kept mentioning all the moves that I didn't think before. And then whenever he started to calculate, like for like one, two lines, then I was like, okay, I have to keep up. I have to keep up. It's so
I
fast.
know, I know.
He's thinking so fast and I have to keep up. And then in the end, I was like, oh yeah, I got it. I got it. But
Exactly.
but I needed time to, and then he did. And then,
Absolutely. And imagine the same thing, but without having a computer and without the board being shown.
yes.
Vishy does this mentally. And when he does this mentally, and then when I'm talking to him, and it's always like, he goes variations, variations, and I'm like,
And then at the end of a few variations, it was a very instructive game. I forgot whose game that we analyzed, that we invested our time heavily on that. And then after we had like a few variations explored, and he told me, okay, now we gained the understanding of this position. We found that this is, and I was like, thank you for the compliment. It was not me, it was not us, it was you. So
it's not me, it's you. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, don't put some cliche excuse here. Anyway, so this position is very, very complex, but I'm so happy to see this on the board, because usually when you see like going into the last round, when you just need to make a draw in order to save or to win the tournament for Yushipenko here, you wouldn't go something like this, right?
Ideally, absolutely not. And this way, I think, Arjun has managed a little bit of success in steering the game towards an area that where I think he would feel a little more pleased
Yeah.
with the outcome than Eshipenko. But Irene, this is dependent on how much Eshipenko knows or understands this position.
Right.
Right now, we see him thinking for the last 17 minutes or so, but I wouldn't automatically assume that his preparation has ended because it's highly likely that he has this somewhere in his computer,
Exactly. Yeah.
but he doesn't recall the exact content of his preparation. But in this case, he has some recollection of this because he has seen this position in his computer before at some point. And how much he recalls and recollects depends on a lot of factors. How recently he has seen it, and how many, how long ago was this information last revised. It depends on a lot of these factors. But I wouldn't automatically assume that Eshipenko is out of his preparation. But just the fact that Arjun has caught him in something that he has not checked recently, he has to take time to recall. It's already a bit of a mini psychological success, I would say. It's a very, very mini success, but it's still the first step for Arjun in getting successful today.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But also I could feel for Yushipenko's uh class. Maybe he's trying to choose which variation that he would like to go, right? Not only about recalling or trying to remember what he has in his computer before this game, but also like there should be some different approaches that he can pick, whether he would like to go to some straight end game. I don't know. I'm trying to make up stories here than what possible outcomes that we can see out of this position. Or maybe he also would like to, hey, this is like exciting, let's play on, battle on, let's keep playing some complex positions. So we never know because they're young bloods. They would like
Absolutely.
they would like to challenge themselves, and in this occasion, it's very rare to have going into the last round and then you are at the edge of winning the tournament as well.
Absolutely, absolutely, Irene. That's well pointed out. They are young blood, and Eshipenko has to choose from what he potentially knows in this position. Now, what do we know in this position? Is it's all from the computer. It's if I was playing this position over the board, I think I would get lost very quickly as black here. I would just get destroyed. But with the help of computer, we know that the moves which has been played in this position so far, one of them is queen to f6, Irene.
Oh,
And this is probably preparation towards, white taking c takes d5, and then black goes knight to e7.
oh, you
So
don't take. Sorry, you don't take
I would be scared to take this pawn.
the pawn on d4.
I'd be scared to do it because,
Oh, maybe there's a check first. Yeah, rook
yeah, check
g1,
first, and
and then
then if the
okay.
king goes to f7, there's knight g5 check.
Mm-hmm.
But if the king goes to h8, then
I think you can just take and then play rook b3, for example, something
exactly.
like that. But even the e-file bar was still fine, you know.
Yeah, it's like
Bishop e5 to counter the bishop c3 idea.
yeah. So there will be defensive options, but it doesn't get over at this point. Yeah, like white can also make a few slower moves, and black will come under pressure with this diagonal open. So this is probably something that Eshipenko will not do. He will not allow this d pawn to advance further, and black would be happy to welcome a pawn on d5 and then blockade it with knight takes d5. This was your dream, Irene.
Yeah, this is my dream.
So queen f6 tries to facilitate that. Another move, which I think is very understandable, is playing the king to h8. A prophylactic move. You just take the king away for the moment,
Right.
and away from potential danger. You hide it in the corner. And for me personally, king h8 is something I would also naturally consider as a human, because it's just a safe move, and I wouldn't want to open up this bishop. I wouldn't want the white pieces to come near my king as much as I can. So for all these reasons, king h8 is a safe protective move.
I was also thinking, since okay, I'm a pawn grabber, but I also like to develop my pieces. So do you think I can play b6 here?
Makes sense. Actually, it's very logical. You want to develop the light square bishop, right? Yeah, I think it's a totally logical move. And the bar again, it can oscillate a little bit, but not too much. It's the position is still within the realms of being evaluated as equal according to the computer. So b6 is a very logical move, and as white, let me see, maybe rook to b5 to take the d5 pawn with my rook, but not with my pawn. If I take it with my pawn, then my d pawn gets blocked. So I play the rook to b5 to get my rook to d5, and also swing my rook over to this side, because
Oh, that is that is a very uncommon rook lift.
yeah, it's a bit of a Spider-Man rook. You wouldn't expect that rook to come from the ceiling. It usually comes from, it's like, you're looking at the floor, and then suddenly there's a rook jumping at you from the top. The rook on b5 is like this.
All right, Spider-Man rook. There you go. Yeah, so I was just calculating some line here after rook b5. What if I play bishop a6? But I think you can just take on d5 with the rook, and after bishop c4, just give a check on g5 with the rook again.
Yeah. And the rook has swung towards this side. I'll open up with d5 and get my pieces in.
Yeah, totally. So both still have to be very careful, but I think I can understand that Arjun is enjoying this position, and just take a look at his time situation. He's still, above 1 hour and 30 minutes. He actually gains 5 minutes from playing these moves. So he doesn't take, he doesn't even take a minute in each move.
Yeah, and I didn't know, especially in these morning games, it's so unpleasant when your opponent surprises you in the opening like this, because you're kind of still waking up, and you're used to this schedule, the
Yeah.
last 8 games, the last 9 days you've been waking up, your mind is, still waking up at this point. 12 o'clock is still a very reasonable time, by the way. It usually happens even more earlier in a lot of open events, at 11, at 10. And this might not seem early for a lot of people who go to work or school every day. But imagine the last 8 days you have been playing at 4 p.m. So your entire everything is conditioned to that. Your digestive system, your circadian rhythm, the time you go to sleep, the time you wake up, the time you eat. And then on the last day, there's a bit of shift. So you come into the game. You come into the game early. Uh, your things are being. So he's actually made a move. He's made a move, and I'm just waiting to see which one it is because I made so many of these moves on the analysis board that Queen to E8. He's made Queen to E8,
Oh,
and already it's not approved by the Silicon Monster.
okay. Let's find out. I also would like to challenge myself in this position. You know, I'm treating this commentary for the Qatar Masters Open as a training because I'm going to participate in the World Rapid and Blitz.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Actually, commentary is, I think, always training.
Yes.
I'm also treating as training because in a lot of cases we are finding these moves, and although we have sometimes the evaluation bar on, we don't always have the engine shouting and screaming these moves. So we have to find these moves, and in that part, it's always I think there's some training. The
Yep.
same thing also happens when you're captain of the team,
It's also a training for your mental, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know,
yeah,
I know.
I know.
I haven't been a captain myself, but I could actually feel. Sometimes I carry my team, right? Being the
Yeah.
oldest, unfortunately. Although I was not, a captain,
Being the
but
most experienced.
yeah, experience. That is the okay. You're so wise today, Srinath. Yeah, being the most experienced of the team, and I could feel it. Oh, I'm, that my teammates, my young teammates, they would be playing like according to their level because sometimes you can also be nervous. It could be your first Olympiad, and then maybe before the game you met the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana. You got excited before the game, So it's a mix of everything. So yeah, I could totally feel you here that everything is a training. It's a
Yeah,
technical training for
absolutely.
us, yeah, but also psychological training.
Absolutely. Everything is training. It reminds me of this Karate Kid movie where Jackie Chan is explaining to his student
Jaden,
about, yeah,
Jaden
Jaden
Smith,
Smith, yeah,
yeah.
about how everything is kung fu, everything is training. How you hang up your jacket, how you take it
Yes,
off.
I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, when you're giving some movie reference, I would know it because I'm such a movie addict.
But yeah, anything you see with regard to chess without engines, everything forms part of training. Just like any physical activity, like when you're walking or climbing staircase, it's a kind of like physical training,
True.
even if it's not like a systematic schedule training. Similarly, anything you do on the chessboard, anything you think without the help of engines, it's some kind of training, and uh, yeah. So I think just by observing games, observing live games, this is one of the things that a lot of grandmasters do. Just by doing this, people in general get some kind of passive training. This happens a lot, by the way. And every grandmaster that I have observed, I have spent time with, not just grandmasters, but many young, upcoming, budding players. They just subconsciously, they scroll through these apps, the chess apps, the broadcast page, kind of like how normal people scroll the Instagram feed. And they just passively absorb all the different patterns, the openings played by different players. I remember one of the trainers in my earlier years told me that I should see at least 100 games a day.
Oh yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, when those moments when the week in chess was very much our source of updating our database, right?
Yeah.
Whenever you update it every week, at least you have to, just play all the moves. You don't have to think, but just keep playing, not all the moves, the games, like hundreds of them every day, and then at some point your brain will pick some information up by itself, so you don't have to even make an effort. I was taught the same too.
Yeah, yeah, and till a certain point, people could keep track of pretty much every Grandmaster game out there. This was like 25 years ago,
Yep.
even times before I started playing professionally. And then there was a time when you could keep track of every 2700 game played that week. But the amount of chess played these days have, I think, it has multiplied like crazy that people simply can't keep track of everything. Like a few days ago, we had I woke up with the World Championship match starting. Then there would be the Qatar Masters in the afternoon. And then at night, there will be the London Chess Classic. And then later at midnight will be the St. Louis Masters, where Fabiano and many 2600s are playing. This was the schedule last week. Four different tournaments in a single day. And I can't imagine a single person being able to keep track of everything. So the amount of chess, like everything else, has exploded like crazy. And getting back to the game, Queen E8 played by Eshipenko here. Irene, what are your initial thoughts? You are such a natural at attacking, at taking the initiative. So I think this would be a great position for you to have as the white pieces. What is your initial instinct? What would you play for?
Oh, I would like to cooperate my rook to g1. I'm not sure whether the timing is now, because if I put it now and then I don't really have a follow-up move after that to keep attacking the king, then maybe I will just have to save this move for now. Okay, I still like your rook b5 idea. What else do I like here? Because yeah, this is a very unusual but I think very useful rook lift that somehow if you capture the pawn on c4 that the rook is suddenly already around the king. So yeah, I think let's try rook b5.
Yeah, Rook B5 is actually it's unusual in general, but if you have spent time analyzing this position, you'll see computer playing it in a lot of different places, and that's how you get this pattern recognition that Rook B5 happens. But against Rook B5, I think Black is prepared to play Knight to E7, and this might be one of the points of Queen E8, which looks like a mysterious queen move. But the point is when white comes rook b5, which is a typical idea in these setups, black responds with knight e7, and here you cannot move the c pawn to trap the bishop because the b5 rook is hanging. Now, in the previous move, when we saw knight to e7 directly without the queen going to e8, c5 trapped the bishop on d6
Yep.
and won the bishop. But with the queen going to e8, one of its functions is that it takes care of the rook's invasion point from b5, and black is ready to meet it with knight to e7. Now, of course, this is not the end of the variation, but if black gets his knight to e7 and plays the pawn to c6, then black builds up some kind of a central defense, which basically neutralizes white's idea of c4. White's idea of c4 to open up this long diagonal to, burst open this central cover. The pawn on d5 is protecting the black king from diagonal invasions, and setting up something like knight e7 and c6 would be quite beneficial for black in preventing white from doing that. So I think queen e8 also has that point. And maybe that's one of the reasons why Eshipenko played the queen to e8. It's a logical human move. And he also understands this position at some level that he shouldn't open up lines against his king from the diagonal. And he has certainly spent time in this position with his computer. Maybe not this exact position, but similar positions, and it could be this exact position as well. So he also probably is aware of this rook b5 idea, which occurs a lot in a few different variations in this variation.
Right, so if it's not rook b5, then what should white do in this position? I also would like to get my bishop on f1 somehow working. So is bishop g2 a move? Also, oh, I have this idea. We can treat this position conservatively, like bishop g2, castle, king h1.
I like it actually, and it makes a lot of sense because black is, he's on full alert against a direct attack. So instead of going for a direct attack, you start preparing your forces. You start building up. And when you're doing this, for black to be full alert at all the time is not possible. And he also has to strategize and structure his pieces in such a way that he has to not just defend against the direct attacks, but also against white building up slowly. So it's not going to be easy for black to know what to expect. So I really like this idea of bishop g2 short castle king h1. This is certainly one of the ideas that I think Arjun should also consider, and he might potentially be considering it.
Yeah. So, I mean, Arjun has a lot of time advantage. In the clock, yeah, he has to compare a few different ideas here. You go for the direct attack, go for this conservative line, just bishop g2 castle, just treating this position as if the g file isn't opened. But do you see other alternatives on white's position?
So I personally, I was finding it a little bit difficult to, come up with the moves, which is why I did a little bit of phone a friend and
For the
asked,
French.
I asked Dogfish what it considers. And Bishop G2 is actually one of the top moves of Stockfish, Irene. So congratulations to you on that.
Oh, okay.
Which is very difficult, by the way, in a position like this. And it's much easier to guess the moves of the best moves when the position is simpler. But in a crazy wild position like this, going and finding the best moves, it's not at all easy. But let's look at some of the other alternates suggested by the computer. So one of them, it says, is to take on d5, which we initially thought if the knight comes to e7 and d5, black is happy with it. But computer's point is, I can also put my own knight on e5 as white, and then when black takes on d5, because I'm going to play bishop g2 and protect this pawn. When black takes on d5, then I go with my bishop to g2, and then I start bringing my pieces in, queen to c2, bishop to e4. My way of opening up the long diagonal is by putting this knight on e5, and if black takes this, then I open the long diagonal if black takes the knight. But if black does not take the knight, then this knight on e5 is annoying for black, the central knight, which is a bit too close to black's king for its comfort and safety. Meanwhile, the computer's plan here, put the queen to c2, bishop to e4, rook to g1, and bring all the forces against the opposition king. And time is also an important factor in these positions, which allows white to do these operations, because black does not have time to play bishop to f5 because it's defending the b7 pawn. If black can do this, like for instance with the pawns on b6 and c6, then it manages to neutralize some of the white's plans on this diagonal with the bishop coming to e4 and queen to c2. But white is faster here because bishop g2 attacks the d5 knight and gets these pieces in place before black has time to bring the bishop. So this is one of the plans shown by the computer here. C takes d5, followed by the knight coming to e5, which now that the computer shows, I quite like it, but white has to see this move c takes d5 and consider it. So c takes d5 is one of the ideas. Another idea is bishop to g2. And then there is a third idea, which to understand, let's have a look at one of the, correspondence games here, which went queen to f6. Queen to f6 was one of these correspondence games. And here white continued with queen to c1. Black played the king to h8 and rook to g1. And in some cases, white has this idea of queen to c1 followed by putting the pawn to c5 and putting pressure on f4 and in general the c line this way. So this was seen in this correspondence game where white played the queen to c1. Then there was another game where black played king h8, white played c5, bishop e7, and now rook g1. So c5 is a move which computer has been showing a lot to these players. And the computer against queen e8 as well, it shows this plan of queen to c1. Now what queen c1 does in this position is, we saw that b6 was one of the ideas for black to develop the bishop to f5. And when black plays the bishop to f5, it tries to play, when black plays the pawn to b6 to get bishop f5, it allows white to play c5, attacking the d6 bishop. When the bishop moves back, then white takes this pawn. But if the bishop does not move back, it has to move, yeah, like there's no square for the bishop. But if it doesn't, and if black insists that the bishop stays on this diagonal, then white has managed to open up this long diagonal, which can give access to the white bishop against the black king. But in all the lines that we have seen so far, I like this plan with c5 the least, because for me it feels artificial.
Yeah.
I think it's the same for you as well, right?
It's the same for me. Yeah, you know me. I like to bring all my forces, so I'm not going to be very keen in attacking first before my pieces are ready. So that's why this move like Rook G1 or Bishop G2, they should be like my first candidate moves because it feels like it is what's required in this position.
Absolutely, and I can totally agree with you and relate to that because in case people are watching this game with the computer on and they wonder why the computer is showing Queen C1 and why Arjun might not play that move, it's probably because the whole plan showed by the computer to win this F4 pawn, it feels a bit artificial to a human. It's more natural to, try and develop an initiative against the opposition king than to go for this pawn at the moment, which is why I feel something like Bishop G2 or C takes D5 and Knight E5. These are likelier options for Arjun than to go for some of the other moves that the computer shows.
Yeah, totally, totally. I was just looking at some of other games. Maybe we can take a look one of them while we are waiting for Arjun to play his move. I'll keep an eye. Whenever Arjun plays this move, then we'll come back to analyzing
Absolutely.
it.
Because I think Arjun's going to also take considerable time for this move. Yeah, it's his
Yeah.
first move out of the opening, and it's a very important move because till now he has been playing whatever has been suggested by his home preparation out of his memory. Now he has to switch his thinking from recall to problem solving, and this involves newer facet of the brain, which is just warming up. So I think he has to, take considerable time. A quick move here would very likely be a mistake. So understandably, he's already spent 16 minutes,
Wow.
but maybe more time.
Yeah, I think he will need more time. And let's take a look board two. It's between Abdusattar Nodirbak versus Leon Luc Mendonca.
Irene, this one had a super interesting opening. I was watching this from the corner of this eye, and it started with French defense after 1e4 e6. So a lot of World Championship openings also being repeated in the top board of the Qatar Masters. D4, D5, and here Gukesh was exclusively playing Knight C3 against Ding in at least two of the games. But Abdusatro went for E5, the advanced variation of French defense, which has seen a massive resurgence in popularity in recent times. It's also one of the openings which has, had up and down in terms of the trendiness of the variation, but in recent times, many new ideas emerged. So, E5, C5 played by black, typical French defense, putting pressure on the D4 point, white defending with C3, black playing the knight to C6, exerting more pressure on the D5 point, knight to F3, queen B6, and until here, everything has been quite normal, Irene. But Irene, this position have you seen it with either colors? Do you play it with either colors?
I play as white here. For some reason, I still haven't got to the stage of my life where I have to learn French for black. I know, I know. It feels like it is like the advanced stage of life when you succumb to, oh, I have to at least learn how to play with French defense as black. But no, I'm still on the white side on this. So I play this advanced as well. I think my main move would be A3. But
Exactly.
what did happen here?
Yeah, this was exactly going to be my question. White played this move here, which is G3.
Oh,
Have you seen G3 at this point?
well, A3, Bishop E2, Bishop D3, those are kind of my moves,
Exactly.
right? But
Top three moves.
and usually, Srinath, you play a G3 only when the queen side is somehow closed. So this move usually comes when there's already C5, C4.
Exactly. A3 and C4, and we saw this in one of the earlier games in this tournament between Daneshwar was black in that game, and white was the player who defeated Abdusatro on the first round.
No, it was not Amit Doshi, right? The other one.
No. Amit Doshi defeated Yakubev, and Nodebek Abdusatro was defeated by another Jain killer who had Madhavi against
Madhavi.
Daneshwar Bardia. We saw
Right.
this A3 and C4, but here white played G3, And black responded naturally with bishop d7. White just goes bishop to h3, developing his bishop. And to put things in perspective in numbers, according to the Leach's Masters database in this position, a3 is the overwhelming popular move with 70% of the games and 4,155 games played after a3 here. G3 on the other hand has 0 point something percent of the games because only 8 games has been played as opposed to more than 4,000 people after a3. So G3 was such a rare move here. And Leon naturally spending a few minutes, he spent around 4 minutes, but he sees that this is not a major game changer or anything. It's just a move that allows White to get a fresh position. So he plays bishop d7 after 4 minutes of thought. White goes bishop to h3. And now Black brings his knight into the game with knight to e7. A bit of a longer thought here. He spent around 9 minutes. White continues with short castle, still in his script. Knight to g6, bringing the knight towards the center. All of Black's attentions towards these pawns on d4 and e5. White plays rook e1, strengthening the e5 point, bringing a new piece into the game. Takes on d4 first, takes on d4, and now bishop b4 attacks the rook on e1. White goes rook to e3. Now Black brings his rook with rook to c8, and Nodebek has developed the knight with knight to c3. So this is the current live position as of now. And we know quite a bit about Nodebek Abdusatro, the second seeded player here. He's the world number 6 right now according to the ratings list. And the world number 5 is the world championship challenger Gukesh. And he's been a top player for many years right now. Although he's still just 20 years old, he's been a top player for many years now. His opponent Leon Mendonca, not a slightly lesser known, he's 2642. He's part of the world top 100 grandmasters. One of the young and upcoming grandmasters from India. I think he's around Gukesh's age, around 18 years old. And most notably, earlier this year, he won the Tata Steel Challengers, which secured him qualification for the Tata Steel Masters in Vankhansi next month. And I think this is the last tournament that he's playing before the Tata Steel. I think it's the last classical tournament.
Oh, you
So
think so?
this last, yeah, it's his last classical tournament, and I know that he was also contemplating whether to play this or not. But Aronian told him in Chennai that you should just go for it. You should get some practice before Tata Steel, and that motivated him to come here. So his last classical tournament, the 9th round against Abdusatro, with a lot on the line, is also going to be an excellent warm-up for him going into the Tata Steel Masters next month, where he's going to play this kind of opposition almost every game, 13 games.
Yes, totally, yes. I know Luke for one very special reason, because he was my last opponent in the 2022 Abu Dhabi Masters Open, and I drew my last game against him, and therefore I got my second GM norm.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, and I think it was semi-Slav or some, I can't remember now. It's but we made some repetition where White is slightly better, but there's nothing much to play for Black. And then he also followed suit with repeating the moves. So.
He was White, yeah.
He was Black. I was
Black.
playing
Oh,
before.
okay.
Yeah, that was actually a very interesting tournament for me because I treated that tournament as a training. I didn't have any expectation at all, at all. That's why I switched totally from E4 to D4 for that tournament without having any experience at all.
Yeah, I think life's happiest moments come when we have no expectations beforehand.
Exactly. And I still don't have any expectation on the game between Arjun versus Andrei Shipenko because Arjun is still thinking. So just a reminder for the viewers, for those who are, where is Arjun's game? Arjun is still thinking. There's still no move yet. It is I think one of the most critical moments in his game. So I think we can remind also the viewers about the game before we take our first break. Let's see the current position of Arjun versus Andrei Shipenko.
Yeah, so last move here was queen to e8, Irene, and this is exactly where it stands right now. Shipenko also on the board though, so he's not chilling in the refreshment area.
Yeah, totally. It shows actually how complicated, how complex the position is because you don't want to lose so much time For example, if you're chilling right now, if you're just walking around and then waiting for your opponent to move, because this position is so complex, the moment your opponent makes a move, you always have to be ready with something, that you already have to come up with something. I mean, not moving it immediately on the board, but at least you already have some sort of plan. Oh, if he moves this, I'll move this. If he moves that, I'll move this. So, yeah, both players are just so focused, so intense right now.
Yeah, and I must also add to this context that it's a whole different lot of pressure
Yes.
when everything depends on one game. A lot depends on one game. That one decision you take influences a lot of things. And in these situations, it's a completely different level of pressure. I think it's one of the most difficult and unpleasant things because when you face that kind of pressure, you know that one mistake, the cost of it is so high. It's really hard to be chilling at that time.
Yeah, totally. And well, I think Arjun will take some more time here. Everything is at stake, so you're right. They are being so much under pressure on this game, but also they have to treat the game one move at a time, right?
Absolutely.
So we are going to come back when Arjun already made his move next one. So don't go anywhere because everything is here, everything is at stakes at Arjun Orgasi versus Andrei Shipenko's game. Stay tuned.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر. عشرة على هواك يا نواف. رد يا ابو نسب.
صوت العيال
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز. انا جعت. ايش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Everything is here soon enough, and Andrei Shevchenko is still playing against Arjun Erigaisi. And who, between those two, going to be the first winner of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open?
Absolutely, Irene. A super exciting last day and a lot of unexpected moments set to come. We were at this Arjun game just a few minutes before the break, and I had told you that certain things is very unlikely to happen. I told you on the chat, and those are the exact things that happened. You know, let's go into the game and see what just happened.
Yeah, just also a friendly reminder for the viewers here. The winner of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open will not only receive the $25,000, but if it's Arjun, he is also going to be topping the lists of the FIDE circuit points. So it is a very big day for the Indian chess fans. We know that today is also game 14 of the World Championship match between Ding Liren versus Gukesh. So this game, this is also the last game, is also going to take Indian chess to the next level if Arjun wins this one.
Absolutely, it's a super important day for Indian chess. We have Gukesh and Arjun, two players who were some of the main architects in India's earlier gold-winning performance in the 2024 Olympiad, and a very important day for them personally today. Ding with the black pieces, Gukesh with the black pieces, he needs to hold against Ding, and Arjun with the white pieces needs to beat Eshipenko to boost their respective chances in the next World Championship cycle that is set to happen in 2026. So in a sense, it's like a mini team tournament of sorts, Irene. And in a sense, India has to score 1.5 out of 2 for both their players to reach, for Gukesh to become the world champion. To boost his chances and to boost Arjun's chances towards being a challenger for the 2026 World Championship match. Now, we left this at Queen E8 and we saw quite a few different moves here. We saw the idea with C takes D5 and Knight D5. We saw Irene's idea with Bishop G2, short castle, King H1. A very nice idea, I felt, from a human perspective and also approved by Stockfish. And then we saw these ideas with Queen to C1 and C5, which was also suggested by the computer, but which we didn't quite like as humans. But Arjun went for exactly this. He started with C5, attacking the bishop, pushing it away, and then giving a check to the king, pushing it to the corner, and now playing the queen to C1. At this point, the players are completely on their own. They went out of known theory already with Queen E8 on both the Masters database as well as the general Leeches online database, which includes all the different games played online on Leeches since the dawn of human beings. So Queen E8, C5 played by Arjun, his first new move after a 27-minute thought. Black responded with bishop to E7 here. And now white played rook G1 check, pushing the king away, and queen to C1. This is exactly what has happened. The F4 pawn is attacked, Irene. So for black, it's pretty straightforward, right? You have to either defend this F4 pawn or basically do your thing, do a counterattack on something else.
Yeah. But I think this decision is very human as well. Now I'm thinking about it because you would like to also solve one problem at a time. So by playing C4, C5, it looks like, you're solving this one so that the pawn on c4 will no longer be n3, and also you're pushing the bishop away from a very good diagonal. And I think the idea is very clear. It is going into one specific direction. I also still remember about the rook leaf that Arjun played against David Paravian. It was rook a3, and now I think it's also setting up the same idea with rook b3 at some of the future. So now I think we see some move by Andrei
Queen
Shevchenko.
f7, I think. Queen f7, defending the f4 pawn. I think it's a very natural and understandable move. Now, Arjun, since he took a 27-minute think on this move, he's been playing rapidly. He played the pawn to c5. This came fast. Bishop e7 happened because it's the only move. And then he played the rook to g1 check also within a minute. King h8, again the only move, so played fast. Queen c1. And here Eshipenko thought for a few minutes. He spent 13 minutes to play queen f7. And Arjun's next move here, rook to b. I think it's rook to b3.
Rook b3.
Yes.
Oh, wow. And he played it instantly as well. Now, you see? He always listens to me.
I know. And so far, I'm happy that it's going that way. And also, we see Arjun yesterday, he was playing a bit fast. And that approach, exerting pressure on his opponent, Karthikeyan Murli, actually worked in his favor because Karthikeyan made this important mistake at the very end of the first time control, and that's why his position began to disintegrate. He's been following a similar approach today as well. Yes, he spent a 27-minute think, but he's always having more time than Eshipenko so far in this game, and he's maintaining that advantage on the clock. Now, rook b3 also played relatively quickly, and this is actually, an approach of people like Nodebek Abdusaturo, Arjun. Their ability to be able to play fast it also puts pressure on the opponent because they don't have as much time to react or think in their opponent's move.
Right. Well, it's still a bit too early to really, be worried of their time situation. But Ishipenko still has 52 minutes on the clock for the remaining 21 moves to get into the second time control. Everything is still within his control, so everything is still good. But again, sometimes we are a bit too relaxed in the beginning stage of the game, and then we forgot that the time is running out, and then at some point, in the critical moment of the game, you don't really have much time to think, and just like what Karthikeyan did yesterday, right? It was also a very tough game for the Karthikeyan. He blundered.
Yeah, absolutely. And to add to that point, it's not just about how much time your opponent has or you have, but it's also about just having more time than your opponent. So, for instance, here Arjun spent 27 minutes for this move, but he made these next few moves fast, showing that he's setting black these little problems and forcing him to think. He used that 27 minutes to think of these problems for his opponent. And these need not necessarily be the best possible moves for him in this position, but it just has to set his opponent tasks. And his opponent again takes time to solve these problems. Then Arjun will spend a little more time for the next set of problems for his opponent.
Yeah.
And like this, try and push his opponent into time trouble. This was also when I used to be quite active as a player. This was also my strategy in pushing my opponent into time trouble, because people make mistakes when they have less time, right? When they have a lot of time to calculate, they can usually find the best moves.
Exactly. Yeah, and especially now the position has kind of, I wouldn't say very simplified, but you know what I mean, that at least the center is kind of close. And then now we can actually guess in which direction Arjun is going to play. Because a few moves before this, we were still trying to pinpoint, whether it's going to be bishop g2 and castle, and then you're playing towards the center and queen side, or are you just going to play c5, just like what Arjun did, and queen c1. And well, after the move that he played, c5, c5, rook g1, queen c1, and rook b3, we know that Arjun is trying to transfer everything to the queen side in order to try to weaken the king on h8.
Absolutely. That's a very good observation, Irene. So the play has closed down here, and all of these pieces are coming in with force against the Black King. But Eshipenko knows what he's up against, and it will help him prepare and organize his defense.
Yes.
Of course, knowing what comes, it's not always a guarantee to be able to be prepared for it. Sometimes knowing that what is about to come is actually scarier than it happening instantly.
Yeah, well, you know what they're saying in chess, right? The execution is more dangerous. Sorry, the threat is more dangerous than the execution. That's what I was trying to say. So now maybe Arjun is still not showing his intention. Like there is still no direct attack to this position, but just by playing this rook g1, rook b1, rook b3, it shows that his intention is going to attack. So now, usually, the basic principle in this type of position when you are getting attacked is that you would like to exchange as many pieces as you can, especially the major pieces. So now it looks like it's almost impossible to exchange the queens. So maybe what Ishipenko is going to try to do is to trade the rooks on the G file. But before he does that, I think he has to connect both of the rooks. And before he connects both of the rooks, he has to move the bishop. And before he moves the bishop, he has to, of course, try to put the pawn on b7 into safety. So how do you think about my trend thought, Srinath?
It's brilliant, and I think it's also, very instructive. I would say very clear in terms of what black needs to do. And it brings us the idea of black having to play b6 at some point, but queen c1 does exactly that. It prevents black from playing b6 because after c takes b6, the c6 knight would hang. So, okay, so we might see a move from Eshipenko, or is that a false?
Jester? Maybe actually. So if we just play primitively, protecting the b7 pawn with rook b8, next move, I will move my bishop on c8. I still don't know where, but somewhere along this diagonal. And then next move is rook g8. But of course, when you move the rook from f8 to g8, you lose control over the pawn on f4.
Right. And he plays the queen to f6, gradually, improving his queen for the moment. And to be honest, I'm not sure how to feel about this decision of Arjun to close the center and go all in on the king side, because it does narrow down the field of battle. And the more narrow it is, the field of battle, the easier it becomes for the defensive side, because everything is concentrated on one side. So he brought the queen to f7, now it's on f6. The idea is not necessarily to take on d4, because this would set up a pin on the long diagonal. But the idea is more towards, just placing the queen on an important and useful defensive square and asking white how is he making progress. For me, it's not so clear and simple on how white makes progress at this point. You cannot move this knight. It's defending the d4 point. So without moving this knight, the rook can't swing in towards the king side. So far, the queen and bishop on d2 and c1 seems to have maxed out their potential at the moment. So there's not much scope for improvement there. The bishop on f1, it would so love to get out and breathe some fresh air, but it's blocked by its own pawn on e2, which cannot move forward because it's being deterred by the opposition pawn on f4. So how does black get his pieces out? How does he play? How does white get his pieces out? How does he play? How does he make these improvements? This is, so far, it's not clear to me. And it doesn't seem easy actually to it doesn't seem easy to find a way to do this. So at this point, although Arjun had a bit of an early edge because he was deeper prepared in the opening, I feel that Eshipenko has neutralized it to a certain extent in the next few moves. And at this point, I feel it's advantage Eshipenko.
Oh, okay. That's quite a turn of events. Of course, I mean, after Queen f6, I also see one idea here. You're mentioning about the possibility of b7, b6, and maybe Queen f6 is also the preparation for that, because now the knight on c6 is protected by the queen. So I think I like this queen move. Yeah, it's very multifunctional
Yeah.
move. It is stopping the white's ideas, but also at the same time, it is helping black's own idea as well to keep developing pieces. And b7, b6 is, I think, going to be the next candidate move.
Yeah, it's a very Eshipenko move. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a strong strategic move, which you know, which just improves the position in a number of different aspects. And if we, compare his play to some of the former world champions, I saw one of the YouTube chats and comments a few days ago about, how Eshipenko, he's playing like Karpov. And how, people were very happy to see him play so strong because Eshipenko reached 2,700 3 years ago.
Yes.
And he had such a fantastic performance in the 2021 Tata Steel Masters in Vacancy. I think he was one of the top finishers. And I remember him even taking on the world's best player, Magnus Carlsen, in the FIDE World Cup. And Carlsen had to go all the way to the tie breaks in order to be able to defeat him. And he was playing very strong at that time. But since 2021, his graph, instead of moving up and up and up, has more of, stagnated. And in a lot of these cases where the players' ratings are stagnating, it's usually, in a lot of these cases, it could be that they are making a lot of improvements, which is invisible, but it is still not reflecting onto the rating. And they have quite a few ups and downs, and then suddenly there's a big jump. So with Nihal Sarin, with Eshipenko, I can see that it's potentially, a big jump is waiting around the corner because I can see that they are making improvements in their play. And while we are talking about it, Arjun has also made a move, and he didn't take as much time as I thought he would in this position. I think it has to be some,
h4.
yeah. I felt it would be an aggressive move, but H4, okay, it is an aggressive move, but from a strategic standpoint, this can also get dangerous for white very quickly, actually. Because from a strategic standpoint, we see the king in the center, we see the bishop undeveloped, and if black manages to, develop his pieces, let's say even let's say I sacrifice this pawn with bishop f5, but okay, you can sacrifice this pawn, but not the f4 pawn, yeah, because
The f4 pawn is more valuable.
But yeah, if I can get this bishop to e4, I think that would be so great. I don't mind giving up the b7 pawn to illustrate because this also opens up the b file for my rook to come to b1 and attack the white king. But this f4 pawn is basically white's hostage for the moment. This pawn is white's pressure on this pawn ensures that black cannot get his optimal setup. But what if black tries to do that slowly and prepare it with b6? He can do this, yeah?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, he can do b6 and then he can actually choose where to develop the bishop, maybe to a6 and c4. I mean, that way you're also protecting your center pawn and also giving pressure on e2 pawn. So let's see this position. If b6 happens on the board, what should white do?
For white, it seems a bit more difficult for me to, make a move or try and find dangerous ideas because I feel like the way white is playing fundamentally from a strategic perspective, it feels incorrect to me based on the general chess principles. Now, a lot of top players do get away with this due to their incredible dynamic feel and their calculation ability. And we saw Arjun himself be able to do this in two of the earlier games against Murtash Kashgalev in round 2 and in round 4 as well. He was under a lot of fire. Eshipenko plays the queen to h6 again fairly quickly, just reacting to this pawn on h4 for the moment. And I must say, this has a Kasparov feeling to me, Arjun with the deep preparation like Gary Kasparov and going aggressively against the Black's king, and Eshipenko showing so far very correct strategic play like Karpov.
Yeah, Yeah, I can imagine that. Yes. But again, yeah, every match Kasparov versus Karpov is always very interesting. So I think we can expect the same thing here in this game between Arjun versus Andrei Shevchenko. And I'm just trying to understand.
How to continue as white, yeah?
No, no, no. First of all, I'm trying to understand what is Shevchenko's intention with Queen H6. Because are you trying to stop knight g5? But knight g5 shouldn't be played anyway. It's just a matter of if there is no attack that's h4 is posing, then I don't think you should actually respond to that.
Right. Absolutely. So it's not quite clear, yeah. It's not quite clear what Queen H6 exactly achieves at this point, because after H4, it's not like White was having major threats. But if White had to make a move, he would probably play the bishop to G2 here. That's the arrow that we are seeing, because Irene, there's also a trick that I use when I don't understand what's happening or what move the opposition should play. I switch on the computer and ask it to show the threat. And that is the red arrow that you're seeing on the screen right now. And the computer shows that the threat is maybe bishop to G2 and move the knight and attack the D5 pawn. And queen to H6. Now, if white plays the knight to G5 with the same idea, black can take this pawn on H4.
Oh, just to think about that pawn is takeable. It's beyond my comprehension. So, okay, so that pawn is not like a very it's not a poison pawn or anything because it looks like scary that you're opening the H file.
Yeah, it is scary, and it doesn't end here. Yeah, like you can sacrifice the pawn and still continue on. So it is an approach that white can take, but I guess black will also not be afraid to take the pawn because that's his intention of queen h6, and the game is on in that case.
Yeah, it is indeed. So, okay, so now we solved that question for black. Now it's time to think in Arjun's position here. So what should white do?
Yeah, we saw the computer's idea in the previous move. Yeah, so one of it was knight g5. The other threat that it was showing was bishop to g2. And to me, I'm like, why not? Why not play the bishop to g2?
Okay, bishop g2, then maybe black can continue with the plan developing the bishop on f8.
But how?
Now you allow me to play bishop g4 actually.
And but if I take on b7,
Then I just challenge it, rook b8.
okay, activity over.
Yeah, activity over the pawn, which might be wrong, but it's exciting.
So I think this idea itself is, it's valid. You have getting the b5. I don't know what the problem is, but my best guess is maybe it has something to do with the f4 pawn.
Yeah, and
So
you can
the
actually do it now.
Yeah, I take it, and if you take with the rook, then I can take the f4 pawn
Yes.
and then play the knight to d2 when you threaten to invade the first rank from b1.
Or you can also play knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 is stronger. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In these attacking positions, we should follow the Irene instinct.
Yeah, but I don't think black can afford losing the f pawn because as you mentioned earlier, that f4 is very, very important, yeah?
Yeah,
Because without that
absolutely,
f4 pawn, white's attack is going to be very dangerous.
absolutely.
So let's not be too brave by playing bishop g4. So let's do something else.
So according to the computer, bishop g4 itself is not bad, it seems.
Oh, but rook b8 is bad.
Yeah, rook b8 is where the variation can be improved. But also disclaimer, just like us who are, sort of trying to find our way into the position, the players are also, I think, not going to constantly keep playing the best moves of engine in a position like this. It's too complex, and the way engines function in these positions and the way humans function, I think it's very different. Recently, I was giving this example, of how engines are like Google Maps, and no matter how good the cab driver is within that city and how many routes he knows, he cannot stay updated like Google Maps. And this is just one city, whereas Google Maps has navigation knowledge of the entire world. So the way engine functions with the data that it has in these positions and the way a human does, it's impossible for a human to, I think, replicate this in this position. And something like rook b8, very natural move. The computer doesn't like it because it calculates a bit deeper. But Irene, I feel that even a move like bishop g4, it's not so easy for Reshipenko to be able to play, giving up the b7 pawn. If he plays such a move, you'll need to back it up with some very precise calculation, because otherwise it's scary. You lose one pawn, and then if you lose another pawn, the position very quickly goes out of control.
So if bishop g4 happens and rook takes b7, I still don't have to follow up after that. White is getting an extra pawn, but there should be something for black in this position.
Yeah, definitely. Shall we try takes and knight takes d4? No, it's not. It's not advisable.
Yeah, I don't think.
It's
After
the forbidden pawn,
it
the
is.
d4
It
pawn.
is. Bishop c3 is there, and then what? Queen b2, for example.
Yeah.
So don't do that. Okay, let me try. Yeah, let me
Yeah,
try.
I was just trying to be a bit brave like Stockfish, but that's bravado without the calculation power. It's
Oh, you
different
can
ball game.
you actually hang on. I was trying to mention bishop f6, but yeah, bishop f4, and then I don't see what's next.
Scary, no? It's scary
It
for
is.
black. And Arjun has made a move, yeah? Or is it Arjun's turn to move?
It
I
is
think it's
Arjun's.
Arjun's turn to move.
Yeah, Arjun's. I mean, we met bishop g2. That was
Yeah,
what we
so
thought is going to happen. I'm so tempted to move this knight to e6. So knight d8, knight e6. But then after knight d8, what if rook takes c7?
yeah, exactly. The rook enters and attacks the bishop. And the problem is in allocating resources to defend this bishop, some resources are also taken away from the f4 pawn. So this is the problem here.
Oh, this feels like a bit. It's just some counter initiative. What if I just play bishop c8 again,
What?
and then bishop a6?
Wow. Bishop c8, rook into c7, bishop a6. But doesn't quite feel.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it is the move. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
it feels a bit too slow actually.
And too artificial too.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it's very hard actually to come up with a decision to sacrifice a pawn, and then also to find what is the right follow-up after sacrificing the pawn. It's challenging now.
Yeah, absolutely. And is bishop g2 the only direction for white here, or does he have something else as well? Guess the Arjun's move. So who better than having you here, Irene? So far,
Oh, I'm sorry. Is bishop g? Sorry, I'm still thinking of this bishop g4 idea. Bishop g4, rook takes b7. Does it mean that we just continue developing, like rook ae8, for example?
hmm.
I mean, we already
Yeah.
sacrificed
Yeah,
a
yeah,
pawn.
yeah.
Then
Yeah.
we
This
just
is
have
the way.
to. Yeah.
This is the way, but doesn't seem so clear to be able to evaluate this. Say, okay, just to understand the dangers, let's say I take this to see how easy the follow-up is.
Well, the follow-up is not easy, but maybe I can play bishop d8 now. Just and then I have all this idea with bishop f3, knight d4, something like that.
Hmm.
Also, depending where your rook is, because in this position, let's say you play rook b7, and now maybe I don't know whether it is the perfect time to take the
On
f3.
d4, yeah, yeah, because now your rook is backing up. So you can consider taking on the d4 pawn, or yeah, I think that's the pawn to take. But even here, even after reaching this point and even having the computer, oh, is
Also,
it?
also knight a4, queen a6.
No, but I just saw rook into e2.
Oh, immediately.
Yeah,
Ah, and then knight takes d4.
yeah, and
Yeah,
then you
yeah.
also have queen a6 related ideas
Yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah.
picture.
Okay, can we play it? Can we
Yeah,
play it?
I think. Ah, no, but it's not the move.
No,
Can you
I
please?
still think it's something to do with the queen a6, but I'm still trying to find where to put it.
Hmm. This is so interesting, though.
It is
Yeah.
right. Yeah, yeah. I I like how things are on the board right now. But yeah, before people get too excited, this is still our analysis. This is still not happening on the
Yeah.
board. Well, there might be some potential that this can happen, but we'll see. Can you put knight f5 just to see whether it is the correct move or not?
No.
No, yeah.
No.
There's something. Or maybe just simply queen e6.
Yeah. Sometimes the simplest is the best. So it's queen e6.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you just want to keep attacking the e2. Okay, so now we gain our understanding on this position.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one of the approaches that black can try is to not be materialistic
Yeah.
and instead just go for the attack. Bishop g4, rook e8, and then queen e6 coming. Yeah, you already have one focus, that is the e2 pawn, and then you just go for it.
Yeah, and we also see some of the potential dangers for white here. As you know, Arjun is spending a considerable amount of time on this move. We also see some of the dangers for white, that this e2 pawn is also a potential target. When you move this bishop away from f1, the e2 pawn can get vulnerable, and this is also one of the factors that Arjun is potentially taking into account when he's thinking about whether to move this bishop away from f1 or not. But on the other hand, it's also not easy to make an improving move as white without improving the positioning of this bishop on f1, because something like knight to g5 here, as we just saw, there is queen into h4. But maybe there's also something you can consider as white, no? Giving up the h pawn and now playing the rook to h1 and trying to gain some access to the h7 point. But I think this is not quite an Arjun style.
Yeah, yeah, we see also a few of his games just in this tournament where he actually likes to, keep everything balanced, especially material, and all only when he is sure that he's going to be better, then he would like to do some sacrifices.
Yeah.
So for the time being, can you ask a friend here what is the best move that White can do?
So Stockfish says e3.
E3.
Yeah, e3 is one of the moves of Stockfish. And apart from e3, bishop g2 is actually not a bad move according to Stockfish. But apart from these two moves, I don't really see any other moves of substance for white. Actually, apart from bishop g2, I don't see any other move of substance.
No, E3.
Yeah, I know, right? You're like literally opening up your king and asking black, okay, come, attack my king. I'm opening the e file up. I keep my king in the center. I open up my center, and you're welcome to checkmate me.
Okay. Yeah, this game makes me very confused as a chess player. Like really, to know what is the best move, and also analyze what moves would I play if I were white or black in this position, and then somehow the computer just showed a very different approach.
Absolutely. And which is why we had this disclaimer, right? That the players are not likely to play in the direction of what the computer shows in most of the moves. I think the next few moves. And so far, they might be able to keep the balance. The position stays at zero within the +1 and -1 zones. But I don't think it's going to deviate too much from the evaluation zone from that point.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the time situation now. It's kind of approaching almost at the same time. Arjun had quite some time advantage before, like 20 minutes plus, but now he is only like 5 minutes ahead of Yushipenko.
Yeah, it says the next phase of trying to set problems for Ishipenko. We saw that earlier when he spent 27 minutes and then he blitzed out the next few moves. So I think he's going through the next phase of trying to set problems for Ishipenko. But to be honest, it's really not easy to find a way forward for White here. And Arjun should also make sure that he doesn't go too out of control in his pursuit to win this game, because the position has dangers for White as well. And Arjun also gains considerable points from a draw here. Whereas if he loses, which could happen against this opposition in this position, and if he loses, then it's a very slippery slope for him in his FIDE circuit points. He will lose a lot of points.
Yeah,
It's a notional loss. It's not like he will lose the points that he has. It's the loss from what he could potentially gain. And with a win, he can potentially gain around 23 to 24 points in the FIDE circuit. But with a draw, he still gains between 15 to 19 points. But with a loss, it just completely goes to the other side, and he won't stand to gain much. So I think it's important for him not to, go also too berserk. And the level of opposition, it has been climbing steadily. And Eshipenko he's actually quite world class. His rating is 2682, but I think he easily belongs to the 2700, the 2700 club in terms of his class, his level of play. And he's already resisting quite confidently against Arjun, whereas in a similar situation, another grandmaster might be spending much more time being unsure of his decision and even making more imprecise moves. So far, Eshipenko has confidently held his ground to whatever Arjun has been able to throw at him.
I was trying to look his last year's last classical game. Was it Arjun who blundered an exchange or something? I can't remember. I think it was in Chennai.
I don't think so. Arjun finished quite decently
Yeah.
in Chennai. He was joined first
Yes.
against Gukesh. Joined first with Gukesh. And I remember he started with a loss in the Chennai Grandmasters last year against Hari Krishna. And at some point, he had 2.5 out of 5. And he said that's the point where he gave up trying to qualify via the FIDE circuit. And he had 2 wins immediately. So once the self-inflicted pressure was off his back, he was able to play a lot better. But it's all a lot easier said than done, because when there is a potential goal looming in front of you, it's so hard to switch off and disconnect from it. So easy to say forget about it and just focus on making good moves, but it's so hard to execute it.
Yeah, as usual, right? It's easier said than done. So, well, but for Arjun, everything is at stakes here, so he has to be really focused. And what we can see from the video, Rishipenko is also very, putting all his attention to this game right now, even though it is Arjun's turn to move. Yeah, it shows like those players really know the risk walking into this position. There might be some possibility that both of them will be in time scramble. Probably it's a bit too early to say that for now, because they still have about 45 minutes on the clock. But if they treat the position at the same pace until for the next few moves, I'm very sure in like 30 minutes or like an hour from now, they'll be in the same time scramble.
Yeah, absolutely. And Meanwhile, just to take a little bit of your attention away, I saw something interesting happening in the game between Nihal Sarin against Daneshwar Bardia. So, just quickly moving there for a few minutes. This was the position around this point. Nihal played the queen to b3. His opponent played knight d5, and after short castle, Daneshwar attacked his queen with knight to a5. Nihal didn't move his queen away though. Instead, he counter-attacked
Wow.
with knight to c5. And after knight into b3, knight into e6, we have a position where Nihal has, I think he could get a substantial advantage if black captures the knight. After a into b3, he will have the pair of bishops and superior pawn structure. If black takes knight into a1 here, then in this case, black just takes knight into f8, and white takes knight into f8, and he has the pair of bishops, and again a superior strategic position. So yesterday we saw Nihal breaking out from his 5-game drawing streak with a convincing win against the beast Adiban, and today he has a very nice position against Daneshwar after the end of 17 moves.
Wow. Yeah. So I think also the lower boards, they are very motivated to finish strong and to gain some points, elo points, and also to get some prize money.
Absolutely. Like we mentioned earlier, the 10th prize here is $1,000. That's the last prize in the main prize list. Apart from a number of different prizes we have in the categories, there is prizes for grandmasters rated 2500 to 2599 and women's prize. But both the players here, Nihal as well as Daneshwar, who just has a rating of 2600, will not qualify for the rating category prize between 2500 and 2599 by having just one rating point more.
Yeah. There's no rating band above 25.99. Yes. Okay. I don't know how he would feel about it. Yeah, sometimes it's kind of like a miss, right? Just
I
one
know.
one rating point difference. But also, this tournament, I think I have to consult Lauren, but I think we can move the board first to Arjun's versus Shipenko.
Where
Just
Bishop
wait.
G2 has indeed been played.
Oh, Bishop G2. Now, is Bishop G4 is going to happen in this game? Do you think?
Not so easily, I
Not
think.
so easy, right?
If at all it happens, I think Eshipenko will spend considerable time because it's not so easy to evaluate the consequences of sacrificing this pawn. But who knows what Eshipenko knows in these types of positions and how much time he spent in similar positions. But I think he's going to spend at least some time. Arjun played this last move, bishop to g2, after spending 19 minutes. So Eshipenko will at least, consider what his opponent must have thought during this time before making his move. So I'm thinking Eshipenko will at least spend 10 minutes. This is my
Your prediction, yeah.
my prediction.
But again, as you were mentioning before, you don't really see a move for white, but Bishop G2. So Yushipenko might also think the same thing. And he would predict that Bishop G2 would happen on the board anyway. He might have already calculated some lines here.
Yeah, absolutely. He would have calculated some lines in anticipation. He was sitting on the board as we were, looking in the video in the last few minutes. And let's try and understand, firstly, how black can play without giving up this pawn. Like, what if he plays the pawn to b6? This is a standard idea. Oh, so the bar immediately jumps up.
Now let's
against his
figure
natural
this out. This is something that's very interesting to me. Okay, yeah, because now it takes away the one tempo to somehow protect e2. I don't know whether e2 needs to be protected, but maybe now it's a time to play knight g5.
Wow. Going for it, yeah. Wow. Strongest move, I think.
Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm still. I think I know the difference because if you play bishop g4 and then knight g5 happens
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
instead of b6. Okay, bishop g4 and knight g5. At least the bishop is already attacking the e2 pawn. So there might be some ideas with bishop takes g5, h takes g5, and queen e6.
Oops, sorry.
And then you just, you already are in time to attack the e2 pawn. Can also think about pushing the f2 pawn, this is one of the ideas as well. So yeah, so it really one tempo matters a lot.
Yeah, there's a old chess thing called chess is tragedy by one tempo. And I think that holds even more true in a position like this with such complexity. But also, I see that in positions with such complexity, the Irene instinct really works. Yeah, you are just immediately getting into the depths of the position.
Yeah. Although it takes me some time to really understand what's going on, especially it's coming from an opening that I'm not really familiar with. And to be honest with you, the first time I saw such a variation, and of course they're already off of the book, and then they're playing. I actually checked with my Mega database, because I was double checking on what Literature Master database has. You saw some of the correspondent games, and then I check on my database as well. There's no over the board games after they played. I think the last 14 move. So the last game was like bishop f5.
Okay.
On the 14th.
Right.
Yeah, and then in that position, Yushipenko didn't play bishop f5, but he castled, which is very, very unorthodox. Because I remember learning Ragozin as black. Yeah, this type of structure, you would like to play bishop f5, queen d7, and long castle. This is pretty much what you're trying to get. Of course, you have to remember that b7 is kind of hanging. So this is a drawback, but you get the idea that you would like to park your king on the other side of the board, not on the king side, but on the queen side.
On where the king is actually safe.
Yes, where the king is actually safe, and then you use the king side for the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense. And in an ideal world, black can do this, but here I think the problem in, as you mentioned, one of it is the b7 pawn, but the other idea behind short castle could be to also just keep this f4 pawn well protected, because we saw that in the next few moves, white actually went on a full-on assault against the f4 pawn, starting with removing the defender from d6 to putting an extra piece with queen c1 to attack the f4 pawn. White's strategy has been heavily built towards putting these two black pieces, the queen and the rook, in defending the f4 pawn. After immobilizing those two pieces, now he's slowly improving his pieces one by one. Arjun's last three moves, first rook to b3, next pawn to h4, and now bishop to g2. With each move, he's bringing a new piece into the game and also improving the existing pieces. h4 has a useful function of supporting a future knight g5, so improving an existing piece. Rook b3 improving an existing piece, and bishop g2 a new move into the game. So this has been, we are able to piece together a coherent strategy from Arjun, his opening play, looking at his, looking once he has made the moves with the benefit of hindsight.
Right, yes. And I think for this reason as well, Yushipenko has also to follow suit, bring all his pieces in. Because so far, let's do some basic math for the pieces, right? All of Arjun's pieces here kind of working. But for black, there are only 4 pieces that are on the board. The bishop on c8 and the rook on a8, they still not participating into the game. So just because of that understanding, this move, bishop g4, rook e8 comes to my mind.
Yeah, it's very logical. Very logical from that perspective. And what can white do here apart from taking rook into c7? So just to catch up the viewers who are just joining us, we were looking at this variation with rook into c7, and here black gets a good position after bishop d8, rook b7, queen to e6. Firstly, apart from rook b7, we also need to consider the possibility of rook into c6 and knight to e5. A positional exchange sacrifice, because this allows white to cement this knight on e5 for the moment, and it can be further strengthened with the bishop coming into f4. And to me, optically, this position looks pretty decent for white actually. So this was one of the ideas. Now, this idea of black with bishop g4 can also maybe potentially be, I don't know, maybe bishop e6 serves the same function, but here the difference is when the rook comes to e8, it doesn't quite stay on an open file. So this is not ideal for black. What other choices does black have here? Can I do something like knight to d8 here, Irene? With the same idea? The computer hates it.
Computer hates it, I think.
Probably because you shouldn't allow knight e5.
That's it. That's pretty much it. Yes. Having the knight, an off-topus knight in this type of position, yeah, it's a very dangerous decision. You're only helping your opponent to improve the position. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But again, after you calculated all of these ideas, I think it will come down to you that development is the key in this position. And then I wish I had this thought process when I was much younger, because it's very hard to really be patient asking yourself all these questions, right?
Right.
All you want to do is calculate, but I think the steps of calculation is to first ask yourself what to calculate, because if you just simply calculate, you lose time. There's so many things on the board, and then you don't have the right direction, which calculation that you have to do.
Right. Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. And I get a window of insight into a lot of these conversations between young Irene and the wise Irene when I listen to you.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, today is your last day to enjoy my wisdom, Srinath.
Well, last day in person and later from other streams. But Eshipenko is about to make a move, Irene, and he has played rook to b8 after 11-minute thought, which is very logical. It's definitely one of the moves that I was also considering after looking at all these different moves. He defends the b7 pawn. He understands that you have to move this bishop from c8 for it to get a better future, but first he defends the b7 pawn. And I really didn't think he would, sacrifice the pawn. Sacrifice the b7 pawn so bravely in this position without having access to the evaluation bar, because this position, rook e8, rook c7, bishop d8, rook into c6, queen into c6, knight e5. Optically, this didn't look so clear to me, although the computer doesn't mind it. It was just getting uncontrollably chaotic, and as black, needing just a draw from this game to win this tournament, the one thing you want to have is control. And I think rook b8 is that move which still keeps things under control, whilst also positioning black towards achieving its objectives of improving the bishop and later improving the rook as well.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and it's also very good to remind ourselves, because I was so carried away with my calculation, especially for black. So excited that I saw bishop g4, rook e8, and then you're just attacking the e2 pawn and trying to get some attack on the king. But I totally forgot about the tournament situation, Srinath. So thanks for reminding me and also the viewers that Eshipenko just needs a draw to win the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. So there's so many psychological decision behind it. Maybe in different scenario, when he's not almost winning the tournament, maybe he would play something else. But absolutely right, you're saying that he doesn't want to go into a so much chaotic position because he only needs a draw.
Yeah. He needs only a draw. He needs control. He doesn't want things to get too wild and out of control. But this is exactly what Arjun wants here. And how can Arjun create something from this position? How can he create the uncontrollable? Because he doesn't have a lot of time. He has 42 minutes, but that's the time on the clock. On the board, there is also the concept of time, and that is measured by each move. And he doesn't have a lot of time in that sense, because black is coming in with bishop to g4. There's also the rook coming into e8 next, as you pointed out. Black might also, make a move like b6 in the future when the coast is clearer. So how does white respond against these threats? Or, basically, how does white respond against black's plans, basically?
Okay, let me help you with that. Okay, this position, let's see. I'm still leaning towards knight g5, but again, having the knight on c6 is a bit annoying for white because you can always think of capturing the d4 pawn.
But okay, knight g5 won't also, what if I take your knight? Like, what if I take this pawn?
That's also true. So
Now, maybe,
king f1.
yeah, king f1, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm planning to play bishop.
Yeah, there's king f1 and there's also another interesting move. I don't know if it works, but rook g3.
Wow.
Because,
So if I take the rook
yeah, exactly.
and then take f2,
I'm lucky to, I think, have this move, king to d2, because after f into g1, queen into g1, although materially it's queen, two rooks for the queen, in terms of dark squares, white has this dark
Yes.
square bishop, black doesn't, which means any potential attack on this diagonal or anything on the dark squares will be very difficult for black to counteract.
yes, wow. That's actually very interesting. Rook g3. Yeah, how didn't I come up with that move?
I know, right? But it's okay. I think you have trained me well enough in the last few days, so I can step in.
And then you influence me with this type of move, king f1.
Yeah.
Yeah. So knight g5, I think that's one of the candidate moves.
Right.
But black doesn't need to take it.
Yeah, black doesn't need to. And black can not just take this pawn, but black can take maybe the h4 pawn and also the d4 pawn. So all three moves needs to be considered at the base level before this decision can be taken. This was another annoying factor, right? Knight takes d4 and computer allows this for white, by the way. I saw the evaluation bar going up like crazy. Maybe it's due to tactical reasons after bishop c3, bishop to f6. And now I'm not sure if queen into f4 works, but I'm tempted because of this possibility of knight f7 check.
This could work, yeah. Why not? But also, what's wrong with the usual idea of queen b2? And then,
Yeah, queen b2 also looks very scary for black. But what's your finish after knight into b3? How do you win? I see there's a win, but maybe
bishop d5.
yeah, just take, yeah, like just calmly come with another piece, ignoring the rook, ignoring all the different pieces hanging, but just go for checkmate, and
Yeah.
black is defenseless. So this works. Queen b2 is strong, and queen f4 is also strong, and in general, knight into d4 is a no-no for black. I think this both the players also understand. So this is not a big decision, to give up the d4 pawn, but to give up the h4 pawn, this is certainly something that Arjun has to. Oh, there's knight into h7 here, Irene, right? Oh no, it's not.
No.
Because queen h7 and bishop h. No, not queen h7. So what's wrong with this? King into h7, there's rook h1. Queen h7, also there's rook h1. So do you just move the rook away?
I think it's I think it's just rook
Ah,
g1.
yeah,
It's not
rook g8.
Rook
Rook
h1.
g8. Because rook h1, there's queen into h1.
Yeah. Show it.
And
That's,
rook g1 checkmate.
yes.
Yeah. So knight into h1 is a blunder. Although it was one of the initial tempting moves for me, which put me towards the knight g5 direction, it turns out to be a blunder here. So
after queen h4,
can you just take bishop into d5? Is that what you were thinking?
but bishop g5
Yeah, and bishop into c6, I thought.
or something like that. I see.
Because your rook on b8 is also pinned.
Yep.
So after bishop into g5, I thought I can retake the piece, and due to this pin, then I'll come back with the bishop to f3 and play my pawn to d5 to
Yeah.
open up this diagonal.
When you park your bishop on f3, I think everything is pretty much settled for white.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be it. Knight g5, I think it's going to be, I don't know, maybe it's gonna play it, but I'm also trying to look for better alternative for white here because it looks like, again, the position is very, very complex. We shouldn't limit ourselves to only one candidate move.
Yeah, absolutely. When you see a good move, look for a better one. Yeah, this
Yeah.
never gets old.
Also, so now, since you already mentioned this idea, now I'm also starting to think about e3.
Oh, wow. That's brave.
I know the computer doesn't like it, but it's just like I want to clarify the things in the center. But I think your reaction is just black should just ignore it.
Yeah, actually, for me, I would, measure every white idea against what we already
Yeah.
know is black's idea, which is bishop g4 and rook e8. So the same idea with bishop g4 and rook e8 in a position like this, I think it favors black a little more because it opens up the e file against black's pieces, basically for black's pieces against the white's. So I'm not really sure about the e3 move here. And what could be going through Arjun's mind? I think knight g5 is one move. Is knight e5 also a move here?
That's possible. Yeah.
And now if I take your pawn on d4,
And I think I can still play a
bishop
queen.
c3.
Queen b2 maybe. I don't know, queen
Yeah.
or I just don't want to have my queen and pre after knight takes b3.
Makes sense. Queen b2 is winning, yeah. So knight into d4 is not an option. I think knight e5 is also possible.
Yeah,
more,
knight
right, in this
e5.
case.
So if you take the knight then, just to show.
Yeah, I think taking the knight and playing bishop e6 would be my human reaction, but now I've ensured that there's no major attack on the e file against the white king. But things are also maybe clarified a bit for black here, that there's nothing coming against the black king because the knight which was threatening is out of the game and the other pieces are not quite coming towards black's king. So in this case, you have to win pawns to justify your approach, but then black also takes the h4 pawn. So this doesn't look promising to me.
Yeah. I don't like to close this position as well, especially for white, because it feels like, you have to come up with an open ideas,
Yeah.
like opening the file still. And now if this happens, things are settled down a bit in the center, and then black can slowly, configure where to put the rooks and where to put the other pieces, because then there's no more attack towards the king.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I'm still now leaning towards the knight
Knight
g5.
yeah. Yeah, so knight g5 seems to be the move of the direction of our recommendation. And Irene, for I think maybe the first time in the game, Arjun has less time than Eshipenko on the clock.
Oh, you are absolutely right. Yes, 33 minutes versus 35 minutes. See, this is what I'm telling you before. Like, each player has taken more than 10 minutes per move.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they are not getting closer to, I mean, they are getting closer to the 40th move, but in very, very slow pace.
Yeah, they are taking their time, and I think we are going to have a few minutes before we get to this crazy time scramble phase.
Yes. So I guess now it's the time for us to take our next break, because Arjun is still thinking. The position is very complex. And after the break, I'm sure they are really in some sort of a time scramble situation. So let's get ready before that soon enough, because it's going to be even more excited. So stay tuned. More actions will be back after our break.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع أسرع على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كنا صوت العيال.
معانا
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اي سألي
اختار اللي على هواه. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي.
سبرايز.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the final round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, and the games are still ongoing. We are going to heavily focus on the first board. It's between Arjun Erigaisi versus Andrei Yushchenko, because as we mentioned earlier, everything is at stakes. Today is the biggest day, one of the biggest days of for the Indian chess fans, because on the other hand, we have Gukesh versus Ding. It is game 14, and now it is also a very important round for Arjun Erigaisi. If he wins this one, he's going to be the leader in the FIDE circuit points and also making himself as world number 2 in the next rating list.
Yeah, Irene, and this is at stake. The game is heating up towards a very, very critical point here. We were at this position just before the break, and guess what? The move that we were looking at, knight to g5, is exactly what Arjun has also played on the board. After a 15-minute thought, and Eshipenko has already spent close to 10 minutes on this, so you can imagine how critical the game is getting. It is heating up towards a very exciting finish. The game is on. It's been 2.5 hours since the game started. We are going towards the first time trouble phase, and the game is still as exciting as it can get, and we are definitely going to get more and more, the games are going to get more and more interesting as it heads towards the time trouble portion.
Definitely, Srinath. Yes, knight g5 is on the board. I'm so happy to see this type of move. But also, it's not the end of the world for Yushchenko. If Yushchenko can respond this knight g5 move with an accurate continuation, the game is still on. But just looking at the current position, this is definitely the final game of the tournament.
Absolutely, this is the finals, and it's always fun when you get a final clash like this, as opposed to something getting clarified really early or something getting clarified in the last minute. Meanwhile, do we have an update on the other most exciting and interesting match for Indians as well as the chess world? The 14th game between Ding Legend against Gukesh.
Well, it looks like Gukesh is up a pawn, but I think it was a voluntarily sacrificed by Ding to go into an equal or drawish endgame. So it's looking likely that the game 14 will end with a draw, and then they're going to play the tiebreak tomorrow.
Wow, amazing. So I think we can give this update that the game is almost 90% going towards a draw, but maybe a 10% chance for Gukesh. I know it's very unlikely in this position. It's just 3 versus 2 and just a pawn up. But I do recall Ding losing something very similar against Lee Kwang Lim in the Olympiad. That was actually Ding's only loss in the Olympiad, Irene. He made 7 draws. He lost 1 game. And that only loss came against Lee Kwang, which was actually one of the games which prompted him to rest against the match against India, which happened after the rest day.
Yes, well, I'm just hoping, as a Chelsea fan, I'm hoping to see the tie break. So not only that I expect the game 14 to be a draw, but also I'm hoping it is really going to be a draw, so that I can see tie breaks being played tomorrow. But let's come back to this game, because Yushipenko is now spending lots of time on the clock, and he's now down to 23 minutes with 16 more moves to make.
And do
17
you
more
see
moves.
any difference in his body language in the last few minutes, Irene? I saw a few changes in the way he's sitting. Small changes, like him leaning closer towards the board now. If you see his chair, he's using maybe just 30% of his entire chair, because he's getting so close to the board. He's so focused now. Okay, he leans back. Okay, he hears me. He leans back and he's rocking. But you see a lot of different changes, a lot of twitches in his involuntary twitches in his posture. Do you think that indicates towards anything in particular, or do you think it's just business as usual for him?
Well, he seems to be more tense in this game compared to his previous rounds, especially yesterday, where he won the game very convincingly, I would say. Like from start to finish, he was never in any worse position. But here, the character of the game that he has right now against Arjun Gracie is very, very different to his round 8 game. So I think he's just, treating the game with his body language, just according to how he's on,
According to the situation.
according to the situation and position on the board.
Yeah, and that's well pointed out, Irene. During this tournament, this is his 9th game, and I think in very few games has he been pushed like this. The other game that I can think of is his game against Arkady Naidish in round 4. That was a martial game,
Right.
where at some point Arkady actually had a chance to, get more than what he got in the game, which was a draw. And he had a pretty exciting and interesting game against Daneshwar Bardia in round 5 as well. But that was I don't recall him being in any particular trouble or being under pressure in that game. So it's just the game against Naidish. But in this game, maybe he's under even more intense pressure. And after knight g5, going back to the chessboard, we saw a few different options for black. One was queen into h4, one was knight into d4, another was bishop into g5. But we are not really sure what is the best move amongst these options, and even if the best moves amongst these options here. For white, it's a very clear threat. Bishop into d5 is incoming, followed by knight f7 check. So I think black needs to make a capture here, because he doesn't have time to defend the d5 pawn. There is if you even defend the pawn with the rook on f5, white can still take bishop into d5, because the f7 square is protected by the rook on f5. So this rook cannot afford to leave its post and go to any other file. So he has to make a capture, or he has to make a forcing move. The game has gotten into a very concrete phase. But what is the best continuation for black here? How does black play?
That's a very tough question to answer, Srinath. Yeah, all these possibilities that black has, we could make them without any risk, right? We don't have to fear that we're going to lose the game, because we're going to analyze one move after the other. But for Yushipenko here, this next move of his could be very critical. It could be very decisive. So he has to treat this very intensely. But again, he also has to watch out his time, because only about 20 minutes left on the clock with so many So many moves to go.
Yeah, it's getting very close to the minute per move situation, which is something that would excite me a lot if I was trying to win, and my opponent has that kind of situation. When they get to a minute per move, it's already very less time because on average you have 90 minutes for the first 40 moves,
Yep.
and in this, at least the first 10 moves are moves that you play almost quickly because you know the opening. And usually, on average, chess players take at least 2 to 3 minutes per move at the very least, on an average, for making their decisions. That's how the 90 minutes get spread out amongst the 30 moves. So when it gets to a point where it's just 1 minute per move, it's already a situation where they have less time than what they're used to, and that also induces more mistakes in their decision making because you just don't have the time to back it up with calculation.
Yep, yep. And this is totally the position where you have to calculate everything.
Absolutely.
You cannot just use your intuition because there are some complex positions as well, right? When you're sacrificing this, sacrificing that, and then you cannot really calculate everything. Just like what Arjun had yesterday against Kartikeyan, you literally cannot calculate everything till the end. And Arjun used his intuition, and he made the right decision with that. But in his position, it's completely different because we played out a few of natural looking moves which we thought that would be just okay, but turns out it's going to change the evaluation a lot. So you have to be really careful treating this position, actually for both sides, because it's also not very clear for Arjun after knight g5. But again, the question now, what is the best move for black, right?
Yeah. What is the best move for black?
Okay, so we tried many moves here. Hang on. Can I try? Okay, rook b8 is already there, so I would like to move my bishop naturally.
But the d5 pawn is hanging.
But d5 pawn is hanging, and f4 pawn is actually hanging too.
Yeah.
So I think you have to brave yourself then and take the g5 knight.
H into g5. We were at this position, and it does seem like the best move because the bar is not really changing much after bishop into g4.
What about queen h2?
Okay, the rook is attacked. I'm forced to, I think, defend with king to f1.
Okay, and then I don't have to be worried about rook h3 because the bishop on c8 is protecting the h3 square.
But you do have to worry about rook h1. That will trap your queen.
Oh, that's true. So
He has
now-
made a move, yeah? He has taken bishop into g5.
Yeah, bishop g5. Okay.
H into g5 also on the board. So this is the live position.
Yep.
We are looking at this variation with queen h2 and king f1. And with queen h2 also the bar hasn't changed, right? So,
Bishop g4.
oh, wow. Your point is if I play rook to h1 now, you have
Bishop e2.
bishop e2 check. King into e2, queen into
And then
g2.
queen takes g2.
And your queen is free and you start coming after
Yeah.
my king.
Hey, I accidentally find the way for black to keep
No,
going.
the Irene instinct works actually. I'm starting to trust it more and more. But let's continue with this variation because
Yep.
it still looks dangerous for black. So let's say
Totally.
rook h3.
Oh, who dangerous for white maybe now.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous for both.
Knight d4.
Knight d4, king d1.
And I have what do I have there? It would be nice to have queen g4 and queen e2, but you have f3, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. No, I can also imagine Arjun, even going for something like this because he had very similar approach against Murtash in the second round and
I know what
also
to
his
do.
fourth round.
I know what to do. King g8. Yes, I'm moving my king away from the diagonal. Also, if you take rook h7, queen f3, queen e2 is there. And then you don't have anything, to pin on d4 anymore.
Yeah, the power of prophylaxis. But the position is still, I think, unclear here, right? It still goes on, I think. The concrete play, it still goes on. I cannot move my rook. I cannot move my queen. It's fire on board, but maybe we are a little deep into the future.
He did that Queen h2 is on the board.
So it's happening.
It is happening.
This is the present position. I think Arjun plays king f1 almost immediately
Yeah.
because he has to.
And shall we see bishop g4?
Yeah, I think so. I think bishop g4 is also somewhat forced, the only move. So then the question for us here, how does Arjun continue after bishop g4? I think here he's going to spend some time after bishop g4.
Okay, there's one thing here in this position that black would like to have is the repetition. I can see the scenario where actually bishop f3 might be the objective way to play. But then you have to play bishop h3 and then bishop g2 again, bishop g4, things like that.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is the safety deposit that black has at his disposal.
But again, we also have to remind our viewers that Ishipenko only needs a draw. So this type of scenario is definitely to his liking, but not to Arjun's favor. So if Arjun would like to continue and try to keep fighting this position, then he has to come up with a different move than bishop f3, bishop g2.
Yeah, and Arjun will definitely try to keep fighting as long as he has the slightest of chances. But of course, also draw is not the end of the world for Arjun. It's not a disastrous result. I think he still gains some pretty useful FIDE circuit points and keeps his chance alive in the World Rapid and Blitz in New York. So he has Eshipenko has also played bishop g4.
Yeah, bishop g4. Srinath, you can turn on the e-file while I'm here for now. No, I'm feeling very excited, and then whenever my mood is really good, looking at the chess positions come very, like not easy because it is still very hard, but it feels like I'm at home. So yeah, looking at this position is very complex, very complicated, but it looks like, okay, you just tell me which one that I should play for. Like, should I attack as black or should I attack as white? Then I will follow suit.
Queen e1 played by Arjun fairly quickly.
We didn't see this one, yeah? Queen e1. So
now the threat of rook h1 is reinforced. And okay, so since it's black to move, I'll let you take black.
I mean, there's still, okay, let me think now. If knight d4, there is bishop c3. But in this position, the first move that comes to my mind is actually f3.
Yeah, f3 is also a move which came to my mind, but apparently this is not the best move according to the computer. I don't know why exactly though. It could be just it's not bishop into f3 though.
Yeah, because there's or you just take on f3.
Yeah, I think you can maybe take on f3 even with the rook.
Oh, that's
because after
yes,
ef3, bishop h3 check, king e2, there's not queen h3 check here, etc.
Yeah.
Etc. is my favorite thing to write when
when you're not sure what to continue, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So
But f3, e into f3, yeah, you keep the bishop
just ef3
on g2 for protection, and you still threaten rook h1.
Okay, so in order to respond to that threat on h1, I'll just play rook b e8. Because if you play rook h1, I will still continue with bishop takes e2.
Yeah, rook e8 is very logical and the best move according to the computer. But now I think white's move should also be forcing in some way. Oh, firstly, what happens after rook h1? Just bishop into
Bishop
e2 check.
e2, queen g2.
This is nice.
Yeah, and this position you can be, be relaxed.
Yeah, things have clarified to a certain extent, but you also can't get too relaxed. Yeah, like maybe white continues with rook into b7, and there is still some danger against the black's king. So it's not totally clarified. It's not black is still not out of the woods completely yet, but this can be, I think, calculated out by black, and should be holdable, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. So if white doesn't play rook h1 after rook b e8, then what are other alternatives?
Yeah. So rook e8. So rook h1 is possible, by the way. Rook b8 is black's best move here. This is the live position chat. Rook b8 is black's best move here. And so far, the players have been playing the best move since it became concrete. And Rook h1 is one of the moves, which is an acceptable way of playing as white, but it leads to,
Simplification.
yes, it leads to simplifications. I was, so if we can't counterattack, we need to defend the e3 point. Bishop f3, there's always bishop h3. Rook f3 seems a bit too much to me because the queen can escape from h3 point. So this sacrifice, it seems a bit too overstretched. This leaves f3 as the only other move here, right? With ideas of rook h1 and queen h4. But this allows the g3 point for black's queen and also prevents future rook h3 ideas.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't like this move, although it crossed my mind to play f3 just simply to solve the problem over the e2 pawn, but it actually creates more problem in white's position in the future, because you don't really have any more idea with the rook anymore in b3. Everything is kind of stopped, but it is only for black's favor. So
But how do you respond after
bishop
f3?
h3. It's also easy to play when you think that you can only just get a draw.
Right. Fair enough. So I think f3 and rook h1, these are the only two moves, right? Do you see anything else?
I'm trying. Yeah. Other moves could be g6,
Yeah. G6 was the move I just thought of.
but something is wrong with that move. So what is it? So you just take, I guess, because rook h1 is still not no, rook h1 is
Yeah. Here rook h1 is a problem.
is a problem, yeah.
But I think you don't take this. Instead, maybe take rook into e2 because bishop into e2 comes with a check.
Ah, that's right. That's right. So after g7, also still have
No, but I think now you
can
can
just
take.
you can just take it, yeah. It looks just scary having the king, in the same file with the rook, but
Yeah.
as for now, everything is concrete.
And black hits first.
Black hits first.
So Eshipenko is about to make a move here, though. This is the position we have on the board right now. Bishop g4 and white has just played queen to e1. Eshipenko down to less than 10 minutes. At some
Wow.
point, and he plays the rook to e8.
Wow, yeah. Both players have been playing the best of moves, and I'm sure this game has attracted spectators. Like I could see Ivan Zeliamsky, keeps tilting his head and just to see what's happening on this board, and also Shan Shargishan just got up off his chair, and then he was trying to also update himself on this game. So rook e8. Now Arjun will take quite some time, but I think now based on all the calculations that we already made, rook h1 seems to be the most playable move.
He plays f3.
f3.
He plays f3 with just a couple of minutes in, and I can actually visibly see Arjun accelerating in the last few moves because he's trying to use clock as a tool to exert pressure on his opponent. And after bishop h3, I'm curious to see how Arjun manages to exert further pressure on his opponent, though, because this opens up potential for perpetual check for black and ways to end the game
But
in the
then,
next few moves.
sorry, but there is queen f2 now.
Exactly.
And he just did that, by the way. Queen f2 takes so that the king can walk back to e1.
Yeah, I'll just put that on the board. So takes, queen h1 check.
Yeah, and then rook g1, queen h2, king e1.
Yeah. And the king walks while the pawn, while the black's king is still under a little bit. So the game has fastened up considerably. We see Eshipenko also all set to make his move, but what is he leaning towards? Is he playing some knight
Knight.
e7?
No, yeah, you're right. He is about to touch his knight. So if the knight is moving,
Mm-hmm.
it
Then
could be knight e7, knight f5.
yeah, it seems so. And knight e7 is it's not one of the moves that we looked at. I'm not sure of how the objective evaluation of this move goes, but it's about to open up the game, Irene.
It's knight d8.
So
Very
he
principled.
defends the b7 pawn, and it also prepares to, yeah, I understand. It defends the b7 pawn. It prepares to, take the knight towards the king side in the future after maybe playing something like b6. And it keeps everything under control. And he has sufficient time now for, he has 8 minutes for 12 moves. So it's not such a acute time trouble as of now. And it's on Arjun to try and exert pressure, but it feels like the game is moving towards a different phase now, Irene, because the direct attack against Eshipenko has been repelled for the moment.
Yeah, totally. So I am finding a way on how to continue this as white, because if I were in Arjun's position, I would like to keep exerting the pressure, the attack. But now it's been a bit simplified. And also there's one exchange guaranteed on g to h3. So usually when you're attacking, you wouldn't like to thread your pieces because you would like to keep as many pieces as possible on the board. So, okay.
Yeah, and in case someone is getting excited, thinking why not rook h1 to win the piece.
Oops, queen takes h1
Yeah,
and
you
GG.
not just lose a rook, but you also lose the bishop on the next move. Pin is a dangerous concept.
And actually, I'm thinking of it might be losing the not. I mean, it might be a checkmate soon too.
Yeah, true. It will be a checkmate soon.
Yeah, like king f2, queen h4, king takes g2, rook e2. I don't know why I still keep calculating, but okay, just stopping at this point is sufficient enough.
Yeah.
So okay, after knight d8, if I were white here, what would I do? Not an easy question, right?
No, absolutely not. Which is why I don't volunteer to answer such questions.
Yeah. Okay. I can try to play some positional chess.
Positional chess.
Yeah, by attacking things, on the queen side. Because I don't see anything on the king side. Like everything is pretty cramped there.
Yeah, everything is pretty cramped. The bishop, this situation ensures that you can't really move the rook, you can't move the queen, because queen h4 also falls into a discovered check after bishop into g2. So you can't move either of these two pieces. You can move the king with king e1, but this also doesn't threaten anything. Neither queen h4 or rook h1 works. So black can just make a useful improving move with b6 and ask, what are you doing next?
Okay, I think I understand now. We have to switch our mindset on this position and let's go for the end game. Because I can see some target of attack on f4. I know that after knight e6 you're also protecting the f4 pawn and attacking the d4 pawn, but I think this is a point that Arjun has to willingly accept that it's done. For now, it's done. The middle game, the attacking, it's done. We have to convert it to the end game and then create more things on the board, like more pressure. So maybe I can just take on h3. And after taking on h3, queen h3, and then I just play queen g2. My idea is simple. After everything is being taken, I put my rook on g4. I'm putting pressure on f4. Even though you're attacking my pawn on d4, it still cannot be captured because bishop c3 is always standby. So probably this might be the direction that Arjun is looking.
Yeah, very possibly. And we saw him make a similar shift in his game against Karthikeyan Murali yesterday, where he was furiously attacking him, but at some point the queens got traded off,
Right.
and it went into an endgame. But I think compared to the endgame yesterday, black is a lot better placed in this endgame. Let's say b6, rook g4, knight to e6, and it doesn't feel like white has a lot to play with here, Irene, to be honest. It seems very small, the amount of leverage that white has in this position. And it seems like black seems pretty safe to me here.
Yeah. It looks safe to me too. But
What choice does he have is the question.
also the show must go on. So
Yeah.
I think it's mind shifting is very important in this position.
True.
Which, by the way, I learned it very late in my chess career, because you are so carried away with the type of position, with the character of the game that you had earlier of the game, and then you had this mindset throughout until the end. And sometimes it's not only about what kind of position that you have to shift, but also the evaluation. It's very easy for us when we're like better in the
Right.
opening and towards the middle game, and then we keep thinking that our position is still always going to be better. And then at some point actually in the game it's drawn or even like slightly worse. But then we still have this evaluation that our position is better. And of course this type of thinking will disrupt your calculation at all, because then if you know that your position is worse or equal, maybe you would have taken a different route, right?
Right. Absolutely. So knowing when to stop is very important, yeah. And unfortunately, it takes time to learn the skill.
And this type of things, even though your coaches might tell you already, you only can learn it by experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And all my life I've heard stuff like winners never quit and quitters never win and stuff like that. But to be honest, that's not entirely true. Winners do quit, but they just know when and where to quit
Yes.
and quickly shift to something else. So it's all not everything is about putting in the maximum effort or beating yourself up and things like that. It's also about being smart in a lot of these cases, and I think that's what the most successful people are very efficient at doing.
Yes.
One of the most hardest skills to master.
So I think coming back to this game, I think we can rest assured that this shift of the game towards this type of end game, it's proven by our friend, by our silicon friend, I guess.
Yeah, it's the best move, and here at this point, it suggests playing rook to a3. This is its idea, to try and keep the pressure, attack the a7 pawn. If black plays a5, which is a natural move, then it really likes white's position. It takes c into b6, c into b6, and now it comes back rook b3. It becomes very hard to defend this e6 pawn. You have to play the rook to e6 to defend the b6 pawn, because the f6 square is guarded by the g5 pawn, and this rook to e6 takes away the e6 square from the knight. So rook g4 threatens the f4 pawn. This is the white's idea to try and get something. And rook a3, it sets actually some problems for black. It demands some accuracy, and we are reaching this position more or less by force. So this is, I think, the last sliver of hope that Arjun has in this game. But I'm not sure how easy this is to find, because so far the way he has played was it was a completely different approach. And this demands a completely different approach, shifting from one side to another. This is one of the most difficult things to do. And I think by this point, I also see that Eshipenko, although he's not quite chilling yet, he seems a little more relaxed than he was a few minutes before.
Right, yes. Well, just disclaimer, the current position that we are looking at the moment is still our analysis, because Arjun has yet to make his decision on how to shift this game into an endgame.
Yeah, this is the live position after knight d8, and Arjun has been spending about 8 minutes here, which is not a lot of time, but it's a bit of a departure from his time management in the last few moves, which he has been literally blitzing. He's been playing almost instantly in his last few moves, but here he's forced to think because there's nothing apparent, and I think it's not easy to convince yourself to go into this endgame after bishop into g2, after bishop into h3.
And he's
goes
going
for
for
G6.
G6. Wow.
I mean, the threat is very easy to see.
Yes.
G7 check. So to illustrate, let's say a random move. G7 check creates a fork, and therefore black has to take to protect the rook on f8. And now bishop into h3 comes with a check from the g1 rook, winning all the material.
So it's almost certain that after G6, probably black has to capture it.
No,
No?
then there's queen h4 check.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, wow. Yeah, I totally missed queen h4. So you have to...
Rook e7.
Yes, rook e7, you have to protect it.
Yeah.
So now queen h4 is still... No, queen h4 is not a candidate move because bishop takes g2 and then the queen falls.
Yeah, the queen falls. So I think now he has to play this endgame, bishop into h3 and queen g2. And this point about the endgame after b6 and rook a3, these things are, I think, very hard for a human to spot. The computer spots these little things. But for a human, it's so hard to just shift your attention to something completely else when your all your attention is focused on the black skin.
Right, yes. So how long do you think Arjun will make his next move? Because apart from bishop takes h3, queen takes h3, queen g2, still trying to find if there's any other alternatives. Because, okay, for example, yeah, what about this idea with c6?
Wow.
So you have to take it with the knight, and then I'll take rook b7, because let's see if you take it with the pawn, there is bishop b4.
This is very creative on the other side. So you take with the knight, rook takes b7, and now as black, I should probably start creating counterplay some way. So I attack the e2 pawn.
Okay, and now I'll do bishop h3, queen h3, and then queen g2. I'll still do this idea.
Yeah, finally all roads lead to Rome, yeah? And queen h3 and queen g2 is that.
I just feel like somehow the position is a bit better for white, having the rook on the 7th rank and then disrupting the pawn structure. But I don't know if it means anything to the position evaluation. It just feels like...
I can relate to what you're saying. I can totally relate that this is potentially a minor improvement, getting the rook to b7. You have an avenue where you can exert pressure, and you're basically keeping pressure on all sides of the board and opening up an extra front.
Extra front, yeah. Oh, I'm so happy with my analysis today. Oh my gosh, I think I'm ready for my next tournament, Srinath.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, so let's come back to the current position of the rook e7. Now the more I look at this position after c6, I think the more I like it. This could be the move that Arjun is going to play.
Meanwhile, we have a result in one of the other games. The game between Idani against Amin Tabatabai has ended in a draw on the 5th port. So they also moved to 6 points. This is our second top 10 finish. The other one being the earlier game between Abdusalimo against Yakuba Nodebek. And the legendary player, Vasily Ivanchuk, has also finished his tournament with a draw.
Yes.
Against the young Madamino from Uzbekistan.
Right. But they are on 5.5. So
yes.
Wow, there will be a lot of people with 6 points actually, because on the second and third board they're all 6-pointers. I mean, it could be decisive. So if those two games going to be decisive, then it will leave 2 players with 6 points as well.
Yeah, I can imagine the players with 5.5 today having a little less motivation, because even with a win, they are not catching up with the leader. And the people with 5 even less so, because even with a win, their chances of making the prize list, the top 10, is, I think, considerably low.
Yeah, but as usual, the last round is always the most challenging one.
Absolutely.
Not only that It's a different schedule because you play a few hours earlier than usually, but also, your energy level is very important as well coming to the last round. It's actually I haven't taken a look at the lower boards because this is where usually mistakes happening.
Absolutely. But we don't have to go too much lower to find something exciting because I also see a very exciting finish shaping up in the Nodebek Leon Mendoka game. It's probably a bit early to call it a finish, but since Arjun's going to maybe take a couple of minutes here, we can quickly go and
Yep.
have a look because Leon itself has only 2 minutes more. And this is the live position right now. White is a pawn up, but his d file is pinned. And I was actually considering White completely ignoring this and taking the
Then
pawn on
take
f7.
G5. Oh,
Ah,
I thought going to take on G5 first.
also possible, but I think there is a second rank difference after queen into d1, rook
There's
f7,
rook
and rook
d7.
d7.
Yeah. Now I remember. Yes, so I think you have to take on f7 first and then just ignore this spin on d2.
Yeah. So rook into f7 also requires black to play rook d7 here. And because I think taking this bishop on d2, which feels natural, should be completely lost. Check and maybe just queen to c2 with the idea of rook into h7. And this is deadly and devastating. So black has to play rook d7 here also. But even with rook d7, black still maintains his pin, Irene. So this one is not that clear either. And Nodebek showing his class, his superiority in his ability to play fast because with 14 moves to go, 26 moves are over at this point. With 14 moves to go, Nodebek has 19 minutes while his opponent has only 2 minutes remaining.
Right. And meanwhile, there's some updates on Arjun's game. He decided to take the bishop on h3.
Finally, I mean, that didn't take so long. Queen g2 also on the board, queen into g2, and now we are in this endgame after rook into g2. The clarification, I mean, I think there's still quite a way to go in the future, but this clarification certainly, I think a little more in black's favor. Yeah, the position is no longer as dangerous as it looked some time ago, and this forcing sequence has also helped Eshipenko make a few fast moves. So he still has 9 minutes remaining for 9 more moves.
Right. So now, how to keep going with black in this position? Do you take on g6? Do you pin with rook g8? No, rook g8, bishop f4 is there. So you gotta be careful not to do that. And
Yeah.
what else? b6 is there as well.
B6 is something I like, but you have to be careful here, yeah, because
With the bishop b4
yeah.
idea, yeah, we showed it before.
And maybe one thing that Arjun learned from his own experience from his last year's game, even when things get clarified, even when your opponent has defended everything, you still can keep your hopes alive by exerting pressure till the very last minute. And Arjun himself succumbed to it last year against Nodebek Abdusatru with a last minute blunder. He weathered through a very similar storm. Nodebek threw everything at him. Arjun defended. And at one point, it seemed like he was completely safe. I'd even stopped looking at the game thinking, okay, Arjun's going to make it. And then he made this heartbreaking blunder.
Yeah.
So these experiences, these most painful experience, what I've noticed, we defeat others in a very similar way to how others have defeated us earlier because we are learning from this, and our opponents also react in a similar way because I mean we are all humans with similar tendencies at the end of it.
Yeah. I lost count at how many times I tried to learn the game throughout my opponent's fear because sometimes I copied my opponent's ideas when I lost to them. So I would also use it when I am playing with their color to play another opponent. So yeah, I think that's also a natural thing for chess players to keep evolving, to keep learning because chess itself is very dynamic. You keep updating yourself with the current trend, not only about the openings, but also the way to play. Like, for example, you keep mentioning about how Alpha Zero approaches certain positions with this H4 or H5, right? And once you see the idea, even though you didn't consider it at first, but just knowing this trend, this knowledge, you sometimes consider it, and then you see that it might be actually suitable for your position. So you play it.
Actually, just a moment ago, I really felt like Yashchenko was taking his hand towards the B pawn.
Yes. Something, yeah, some pawn on the queen side. I think looking at the position, it should be
Yeah.
the B pawn.
Or maybe he wants to play C6 to protect the B7 pawn and get the
But
knight.
then the B7 pawn will always be a backward pawn until the end of the
Yeah.
game.
You know, in these types of situations when there is a trap on the board, I actually don't sit on the board, because if my opponent is about to make that blunder, I almost involuntarily give out some kind of a physiological reaction. So, and the opponent, you know, chess players also, having looked at each other for such a long time, they start looking at each other. What did he just play? C6, right?
It's
That's
C6.
yeah.
Yes, it's C6. Oh, you see? After the C6 moves, the bar has gone up a bit for Arjun. Yeah, because I think the computer shows like the
E4,
long-term
yeah.
weaknesses later.
Yeah. E4 also sets up a little trap. F into E3, rook into E3, and you're like, oh, my opponent is offering a rook trade. Let's go for it. And the F3 pawn is hanging. Then your opponent comes in with G7 check.
Oh no.
First intermezzo, and exactly the game is over.
Yeah,
It becomes,
yeah.
oh no, my rook.
Oh no, my work. Yes. Wow. But E4, you see, it was split instantly by Arjun. I think he already settled to the point where he says that, okay, there is no more attack in this position. I will create one. I keep breaking open the center and then provoke my opponent to follow suit, because now actually is a very important moment for Yashchenko as well, because we see the position after Fe, right? I think it's still hang on. It's still possible, but just don't take the rook on E3.
He has made it. So rook into E3, I think already played by Arjun even before I could finish that sentence. And what an exciting game it has been today, Irene.
Yes.
Like, amazing, exciting. It has really been this unstoppable force against an immovable object. Yashchenko has really stayed solid. And now with this rook being attacked, he has to play, I think, rook G7.
No, rook D7, I guess.
Rook G7, rook D7. Two options.
Two options.
And he has 5 minutes for the last 6 moves to make it to the first time control. And look at how much Arjun has accelerated. He has really accelerated in such a way that he comes in with this such powerful pressure. I wouldn't want to be at the side of this powerful pressure, but Yashchenko has managed to, which is why he's still he's been the leader in this tournament so far with 7 out of 8. It's been a pretty impressive performance so far. And this game as well, Yashchenko has reacted so brilliantly. Now, why are you leaning towards rook to D7, Irene?
Yeah, I mean, I forgot to calculate this position concretely, because after rook G7, you have rook G6 coming next, because it doesn't sit natural for me to put all my rooks in the same diagonal where my opponent has the dark square bishop. But again, we have to treat this position concretely, actually, yeah? Because whenever the rook on E3 moves, you can just simply take the pawn on G6.
Yeah. That's a very, very logical point. And I guess, does he go towards, where is he going towards? He's about to touch his rook. 4 minutes remaining for Yashchenko. And the rook on E7.
It looks like the jester, you know? Okay, now he says it turn. But for that jester, it looks like he's going to move it to D7.
Yeah. And I can confirm that rook G7 is actually the stronger move according to the computer. So rook D7, and he goes for it.
Rook G7 is now on the board. Yeah, and Shan Chargishan we see on the background.
I know. And Arjun almost immediately taking G into H7. I've seen Shan looking at this game even more than the chat has been looking at this game today.
Well, if only Sean could be a part of the chat, yeah, he would be like, "Oh, what's happening? What's happening?"
I
And
know.
all right, now, there are so many. There are three ideas here. You take the rook on g2. You take the pawn, with the rook, or you take it with the king.
Yeah. I think almost all these moves should be playable at this point. Black doesn't have a critical decision, but he takes the
takes
rook
g2,
first.
yes.
King into g2 instantly played by Arjun. He's not going to give his opponent a second to even breathe in this position.
And
And
oh wow, if now king takes h7 and then rook e7, rook f7, rook e8.
rook e8, and now Black has rook d7, I think.
Yes, but it feels like now it's time for the bishop to
Shine,
come.
yeah?
Yeah, probably to f4, and then just sitting on, not immediately sitting on e5, but because knight is going to f7 anyway. But it's just you see that the power of rook and bishop together in the endgame versus a knight, and even though the material is balanced, especially for the pawns, don't forget white has a pass pawn on f file.
Absolutely. So king into g2, this is the live position, and Shipenko is even now taking a while to take that pawn on h7. So much hesitation, but he finally takes it, and we might indeed see this rook e7 check, Irene. But the thing is, rook f7 is not forced because the b7 pawn is not hanging. So Black can also move his king forward. There's also a possibility. But still, the game is far from over because, as you mentioned, there is an F passer and there is also minor strategic superiority for white in terms of the pawn structure. But on the other hand, if Black can organize his pieces, then Black can exert pressure against white's weaknesses. So the game is still hanging in the balance. The game is still on. Although Black has survived the attack, the direct attack, Arjun goes for bishop to a5. Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Rook e7 is still there. Yeah, I don't think Black can try to stop it, but I'm just amazed with how you put it, Srinath. Usually these two words, minor and superiority, they don't come hand in hand together. But you put it nicely there in to illustrate the power of the f3 pawn. So it might actually happen later in this game. So bishop f5. This is one part of Arjun's strength that I still try to imitate, because I think 90% of the players around my level would just play rook e7 as
Reflex.
like an automatic move.
Yeah.
But yeah, bishop f5 here. This is what I noticed in Arjun's play. You give options for your opponent while still playing the best moves.
Absolutely, while still not letting the objective evaluation go down. And I think, Irene, this is maybe the most critical phase of the game. Shipenko has just 2 minutes remaining for 4 moves, and any mistake here will have a lot of long-term implications for him. A critical phase, he doesn't have time to think. Rook e7 is incoming. If he moves his knight away from d8, then rook e7 is coming in. And actually this position, it feels very nervous to me as Black. How do you even defend against this threat of bishop to a5 coming in? Are you losing a pawn pretty much by force?
This looks like it. So can we improve the king
He goes
then?
king g6,
Oh, king
yes.
g6, okay. King d6, yeah, stepping away from the possible check, but Arjun still goes for it. Rook e7 is now on the board. The threat is clear. You just want to take the knight, followed by taking the b7 pawn. But I guess in this type of rook endgame, I think it's just hopeless. If you win this pawn and then you go to this rook endgame with one pawn up.
Yeah, it looks terrifying for Black. And as he cannot defend the b7 pawn anymore, I think the only survival possibility he has is maybe try and go after the white's f3 pawn with knight f7, rook into b7, and now knight to g5. But even this, in the end, it loses a pawn by force. And computer shows a stoic 0.00 Irene, but losing a pawn at this point, it's a terrifying prospect. He does go for knight f7, I think, because it's simply the only move. And now Arjun takes a moment to consider his options. He can take the pawn immediately, but he can also take it later because he can also start with f4, preventing knight to g5. He has a lot of these different options. He can also decide at this point whether he takes and then he takes the A7 pawn, or he goes after the C6 pawn with rook C7 after taking on B7 and black plays knight to G5. So he has all these different options and he is creating these chances.
Yeah, totally. And I just noticed that they need to make two more moves to get to the time control, to the 40 moves. So it's actually good news for Yushipenko, who is in trouble right now, because with the extra time, he would be able to think better and then calculate longer. But now after knight f7, Arjun is thinking, he has a lot of time on the clock for this position, 18 minutes, and then he only has to make another two to get another 13 minutes extra. And you are right, Srinath, Shan Shagishan on the background has been looking at this game maybe more than the average chats in our YouTube, yeah?
Yeah, because the chat has had to look at two critical games, but for Shant, I think his life has only one critical game right now. The result of this will also influence his place in the standings, but I think it's more curiosity because someone's going to end up with 7.5 and someone's going to end with 7 regardless. Unless Yushipenko wins this game, in which case he will go to 8 points, Arjun will have 6.5. But looking at this position, it seems like only one player has chances, and that is White, because White is winning a pawn by force. But Black still has equality in this position because apparently there are some hidden counter chances, which doesn't look so clear to me at first sight, Irene. At first sight, it looked better for White here. If I didn't have the evaluation bar here, I would think White has some significant advantage.
Yeah, looks like that to me too. So can we see again the position after rook takes b7 and show the counter ideas?
Yeah. So rook takes b7, knight to g5. Let's make a move. Rook into a7. I think you capture with the knight, and then I defend with bishop c3.
So also in that position, if I try to be a bit more primitive in defending my pawns, instead of taking a7, can I move back rook b3?
Yeah, also possible. Can move back rook b3, but now I start attacking the d4 pawn.
Yes, and then bishop c3.
Rook f4.
Rook f4. And rook b4.
Knight g5 or bishop d2, yeah?
Knight g5, yeah, one of them is bishop d2. Also, I can think of rook a4. But okay, bishop d2 is better, I guess.
Yeah, so you can defend like this. I was thinking if I can win the c5 pawn with a5 and knight into c5.
Yeah, but...
And then you take my a5 pawn, yeah? And I go back to win the d4 pawn.
Yeah.
This,
okay, then
it's going towards a draw, yeah?
King g3.
I think I can protect this with king f5.
Okay, I still have rook a8.
Now you see, after
Yeah.
making all these.
Rook a8, rook a8. I just want to push my pawn, so you can simply take my.
Yeah. Oh, Karthikeyan has won, by the way.
Yeah, Karthikeyan. I was about to mention that. So Karthikeyan is the second player. Actually, the first player. I don't know. Arjun is still 6.5. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
So Karthikeyan is now on 6.5. But for Arjun, he still can gain more than 6.5.
Yeah.
But yeah, as for now, apart from Arjun, Karthikeyan is the first player with 6.5 points.
Yeah. And first player to win from this pack of players with 5.5 out of 8.
That's right.
But yeah, I think this is a pretty instructive variation. One of the directions in which White can go. And at this point, I'm not really sure if the players are evaluating this as 0.00 as the computer shows, because it feels like White is better, and in the sense that it's White trying to win here and Black is defending. Arjun has taken the pawn on b7. So I think knight g5 will also come on board. Yes, knight g5 is also on the board. And now let's see if he goes for he goes for rook b3 idea.
Yes.
Be like Irene.
Yeah. So Ishipenko just needs to make one more move to have another 30 minutes.
Yeah, this another 30 minutes is very important because it's very unpleasant to, defend for an extended period, like for 1.5 hours with just 30 seconds remaining. You're at a situation of high alertness. You have to be constantly on your toes. You don't have much time to react. You have to keep calculating these different variations, and you can't even just walk around or move.
Okay, so apart from knight e6 here, can Ishipenko tries other ways, like rook e8, for example?
Rook e8, can I just cover it with king f1?
He plays something else. I think it could be king f5 actually.
That that is an interesting move.
Oh no,
Oh,
knight
he goes
a6,
knight
knight
e6.
a6, yeah. Wow, okay. I don't think Arjun can afford losing this pawn on d4. Bishop c3 is there, but let's not limit ourselves to only that option. There's also rook d. No. Rook d3 would be game over.
Yeah.
Not a fullback, yeah. Rook b4, it defeats the purpose because then the bishop cannot participate. So yeah, bishop c3.
He's played it, yeah.
Yeah, he's played it.
Wow. Such an impressive defense, I think. Such an impressive attempt to create pressure by Arjun. And Shipenko being equally up to it. Such an impressive defense also by him. And the game still hangs in the balance after the first time control has ended. 41 moves here. Now, Eshipenko being classically trained, I think he's going to take a little bit of time just to, shift from the adrenaline mode to a more calmer mode. Meanwhile, I think there is also something very exciting happening in the second board between
Exactly.
Nodebek against Leon Mendonca, where Leon has 10 moves to make and he has just lost his third pawn. He's lost his third pawn in this position. It has gone into an endgame. I think,
Let's stay on this game. Yeah, you
Yeah.
read my mind, Srinath, because I was also following this game secretly along with the other important game. You know what I mean? But yeah, there was some sort of a matting attack that Abdusattorov did with the seventh rank. But now it's simplified a lot. But the result is now it's a
it's a two pawn up endgame.
two pawn up endgame with a pair of bishops. Yeah.
Yeah, one bishop is traded now with bishop into g5. Black will play knight
Oh, yeah.
f3 check. But I think the position is significantly winning for Abdusattorov here.
Yes. So if Abdusattorov wins this one, it's third position for sure, sharing with others.
Not necessarily.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. I mean,
But top four.
guaranteed.
A top four because I think Abdusattorov has the least tiebreak. The tiebreak is the rating performance.
Yeah, what I meant is sharing third place. It's guaranteed.
Right.
It could be sharing second
Second.
place.
Yeah, I think sharing second is guaranteed. Sharing second is guaranteed
How?
because one player is on 7. He's going to
No,
stay
no.
at 7.
Sharing second, how? It's either Ishipenko and Arjun, right? If Arjun wins, then
Then Shipenko is on 7 points along with the people who
oh
win with
yeah,
6
yeah.
points.
I kept remembering Abdusattorov being on 5.5. Oh no, he's on 6. Yeah, so he's on 7 right now. I mean, if he wins this one.
Yeah. And Irene, the first place for the FIDE circuit gives 23.6 points, and the second place gives 17.2, a clear second place. But we are not going to have a clear second place. It's going to be shared between a few different people, which in this case I think gives around, I'm not entirely sure how much. If there are 2 people with 7 points, then the player between number 2 and number 3 gets around 16.1 points. But if it is 3 players with 7 points, which could happen, then I'm not quite sure how many points they get.
Right, yeah. But I mean, for sure, Arjun has to just keep focusing on his game And we still don't have any move from there. But from this position, rook d8, where do you go with the bishop? Because it is currently under attack, and Abdusattorf is about to make a move. Oh, he goes for a counter attack f4.
Yeah, the Irene instinct.
Irene instinct. Yeah, if knight f7, then you can grab that pawn on h7 and then wins another pawn.
Yeah,
Rook takes d3 is on the board, only move, and now take on g5.
it's actually pretty winning, yeah, as winning as it gets. And I think at this point, Leon is just resisting out of inertia. But at this point, I see absolutely no scenario where Abdusatru is not winning this one. Even in as many different multiverses as you can think of. So, uh, G6 is one way of taking the advantage further. Leon plays the rook to c3 to attack the c4 pawn, and now basically he has an eye on both the a3 and the c4 pawns, and he will try to win back at least one of the pawns, because with the 2-pawn advantage, white is completely winning. But with a 1-pawn advantage, there is still some hope to try and salvage a draw. But I can imagine Abdusatru has clearly calculated this, and he's as good an endgame player as I think any of them in recent times. So he understands that there is some kind of a win here. Let's say G6 with the idea of threatening mate after rook a8, h into g6, h into g6. The king tries to escape with king to f8. Now you push the a pawn forward. Black takes one of the pawns, a5. But black only take one of the pawns. Going after the second pawn, he doesn't have time. Because if white reaches this point where the rook goes to b7 and the other pawn goes to a7, then this pawn queens even if black is able to catch it up with rook a6. Rook b8 check comes, and on the next move the pawn queens.
Yeah, he pushes it. g6 is on the board.
Yeah, so h into g6, h into g6, king f8 is also, I think, happening. Yeah, it has happened. And now Nodebek just needs to calculate this variation after a4, rook into c4, a5, which I think is high. Starts with rook f7 check. So after king g8, the rook can go back to a7 or go to c7. I think he can just go to c7, king f8, and now he can actually push this pawn to a4. This is what Nodebek is going to play. And after rook e3, he starts pushing this pawn forward, and this pawn easily goes towards the 7th rank. So it's not difficult to calculate this. King f8, rook f7 check on board. King cannot go to e8 because the g7 pawn would be lost. So it has to go back to g8. And now rook c7 is, I think, white's intention.
Well, I don't think we'll see any of those moves. My prediction is the game will just end here after rook f7, because black is facing two difficult options here and time is no longer an issue. I mean, especially for white. White has more time on the clock.
Yeah, and he's actually now passing to reflect, yeah. You can see him, he stopped playing instantly, although his move is forced. And he's passing to reflect on the position. He's passing to reflect in general. He's shaking his head, possibly regretting some of his earlier choices.
And I learned already something. I was trying to double check what we were saying the other day. Acceptance is the 5th stage of grief.
Yeah. But you told me it's different for men and women, right?
You're using my own word. Okay, king e8 is on the board, so Leon is deciding to continue.
Yeah. So I think Nodebek will take the pawn on g7. And that will be his 40th.
Yep. And meanwhile, there's still no move update on the game between Arjun Erigoisi versus Andrei Shevchenko. And can we quickly look the current position of Sagishan versus Salim?
Yeah, since they have been looking at others' games almost all through this round, we can also have a look at their game because I think it's going to end in a draw. D7 check it's pretty much a draw offer here. He's made the move to D7. Will Salim take the pawn or will he play King D8 and then play Rook D5
Nah,
to
he
take the
will
pawn?
take it. King, just simplify everything.
2 versus 1, yeah?
Take and then take B7, King E6, Rook G7,
Yeah.
and then King F5, and then that's basically a draw for after that.
Yeah, I realized I can always ask you whenever I want to know what Salim is going to do because you have been on point almost all the times when I ask you Salim's move.
King E6, it's coming with a draw for, see? Yeah. All right, so that is board 3, ended with a draw. So it means both players are on 6.5.
Which means Nordirbek is going to be the only player who can reach 7 points apart from those on the first board, which is Arjun and Eshipenko. And as we mentioned their name, I see that there has been a move just now. Eshipenko has played the knight to f4 check after a 6-minute thought, and he has actually left the board. Arjun had already left the board. After 40 moves, this is an extremely normal thing. People
Yep.
get up from the board, they go to the washroom, they go to the refreshment area, drink some water, and it's a break time for them. So it's understandable that both the players are not on the
Right.
board right now.
Right. Okay, so I guess we can also take a quick break while the players are.
Right. So as we wait for Arjun to return back and await the development of the next few moves, we'll be back after a short break.
And we are back to the final round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. The first bout between Arjun Erigaisi and Andrei Shevchenko is still ongoing. Only two of them could determine who is going to be the winner of this edition. And before we go to that game, there is one game that attracted our attention, which might be the end of it. So let's take a look at the game between Abdusattor versus Mendonca Leonluc.
And Irene, I think we are in some of the final moments of this game because with rook to e3 on the next move, which I think Abdusattor will pretty much play, he's already played it. He keeps two extra pawns, and as we know in such rook end games, the two extra pawns is more than enough to win the game. These two pawns are also so far apart. So for white, there's a very simple winning technique. The rook on e3 prevents the black king from going past the f file ever. Meanwhile, the white king makes a long journey towards the a4 rook, attacks it, and starts pushing the pawn. And this is pretty much all he needs to win the game. So with this, I think with this inevitable win for Abdusattor, if I may go on to say, with confidence, Nodebek will reach 7 out of 9. And the only other two people who can reach the score of 7 out of 9 is the game on the first board, Arjun Erigaisi against Eshipenko, which is reaching also towards a very interesting point. We just saw before the 40th move here that Arjun had won a pawn, courtesy his move bishop to a5, attacking the knight on d8. And Eshipenko had to give up this b7 pawn, which was being defended by the knight, but it could no longer be defended. But he gave up this pawn and instead went for a counter-attack. Arjun defended the pawn with rook b3, knight to e6 attacking the d4 pawn, bishop to c3 defended it. And now, after placing this knight on f4, he started bringing his rook into the game. Now, Arjun went for another pawn with rook to b7, but Eshipenko doesn't mind. He just brings his rook, and what Eshipenko is basically doing is, even if he loses a second pawn, the rook, the knight, and the king, and the activity of black's pieces threaten to create at least a perpetual, and in some cases even a mating attack against white's king.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But also, in order to match the power of rook and bishop, black has to come up with this idea. Yeah, you have to give up your pawns, but in return, you have both of the knight and the rook active. So this is going to be quite a full compensation for the pawn, I guess. So here Arjun has to really thinking hard not to. I mean, if he would like to make a draw, I think he could just simply offer it.
Absolutely.
Ishipenko would grab the hand right away, and then the game will end a draw. But of course, Arjun here is going to keep trying to fight for the position.
Yeah, he's going to keep trying. He has 37 minutes. His opponent has 19 minutes, and there's no further time control. So this is all the time they have till the end of the game. And Arjun will try and keep prolonging the game to the maximum extent he possibly can.
Yeah, obviously. So now let's take a look some ideas after rook h2. Let's see what happens after rook takes a7.
Good question. Good direction. I had a brief peek at what the computer was saying here, Irene, and what the computer was saying is there's not one particular move, not one particular forcing variation which holds the balance for black, but there are multiple alternatives. One of them, I think, was rook to c2, attacking the bishop and trying to go after the pawns, especially the d4 pawn, because if the d4 pawn falls, then the f3 pawn and the c5 pawn is also vulnerable. So rook to c2.
Rook to c2. Okay. Let me think something. Oh, I really hate playing a move like rook a3. So I'm not going to even consider very seriously because there's no improvement can be made. So I'll move my bishop. But where? Yeah, that was going also to be my next question.
E1?
Maybe E1. Yeah, let's pretend that I have to defend the king.
Yeah, and if you can put this bishop onto e3, for instance, then I think for the moment, white's position seems to be safe against black's threats.
Uh,
But here I can play maybe rook to c1.
Arjun plays a4, by the way.
Ah, so he pushes the pawn. He prepares to have this pawn advanced when he takes on e7. And I should say it's important not to be deceived by the stoic evaluation of the computer, which
Yep.
shows a resolute 0.00, because the position still has complexities. There are ways for white to still keep creating problems for black. And of course, there's also a possibility that white overextends and black takes over. So I think all the results are in the mix.
Yeah, I totally agree with you here. Usually when the computer shows it's 000 because the computer finds all the alternatives, all the response for
Yeah.
black especially, who is fighting for draw in his position. Rightly so, because black is a pawn down. But it's different with human, right? When you are
Yeah.
pawn down, you're just trying to get as many compensation as you can. Whereas for the computer, it is already clear that it is just a 000 position.
Yeah, absolutely. 0.00 denotes an equal evaluation, but not all 0.00s are equally equal. And there's a lot to read between the lines, I think, between the different evaluations. Now, A4, what could be Eshipenko's possible responses here? I can think of knight to E2. I can think of knight to E6. There are also ways to try and go after the F3 pawn. There are all these choices, Irene.
Oh my gosh. Sorry.
I so saw this happening. I told you, Lee Kwang. Check the game between Lee Kwang against Ding Liren from the
my
Olympiad.
gosh. No, I think I'm so sorry for the viewers. The camera can be back on us, please. I was just, briefly checking what's happening on the FIDE World Championship match, and then the current position is happening, and it is a deadly lost pawn endgame for Ding Liren, where before we thought that it's just gonna be a draw anyway, because you see, like, even though black is a pawn up, right? There's so many squares for the bishop, for the light square bishop, but for some reason Ding Liren put it on a8, and then it's forcing Gukesh is forcing him into the pawn endgame, which he cannot avoid. And then of course now in the pawn endgame with one pawn up, it's GG.
Crazy turn of events, Irene. And the game is still not over though, so let's not jump the gun before it's over. But in case Gukesh wins, Gukesh, congratulations to you for becoming the 18th world champion, if my count is
Yeah.
right. And also, Irene, I was just going to tweet this a couple of days earlier that whenever Ding lags behind in a world championship match, he turns into an absolute beast and strikes back. So I was thinking the best strategy for Gukesh might be to win and take the lead at a moment where there's no further game in the match. And seems like that's exactly what's happening now.
It is a completely unimaginable to to see game 14 to be like this. Like, sorry, I'm just speechless. It's just that I'm now starting to feel the situation for Ding Liren. I mean, it must be
Yeah.
very heartbreaking, very sad. Of course, for the Indian chess fans, this is something that, of course, that you have to rejoice about. And there you go, we have an official result. Ding Liren has officially lost game 14, and therefore Gukesh is the new world champion.
Incredible. That's an incredible turn of events, and I think my phone is also going to keep ringing for the next few moments. So in case anyone is watching this and trying to reach me, please stay patient. I'm not going to pick up or answer any of your calls or texts for the next at least 1 hour or so, because I don't see Arjun letting go of his opponent anytime soon. I see that Eshipenko has played the rook to a2 in his last move. So it's Arjun's turn now after
Yep.
rook to a2. I guess will Arjun take the pawn on a7? But contrary to my prediction, if he takes on a7, then Black has a straightforward way with knight e2 and knight takes d4 to
And yes,
take the pawn back.
now it's time for Arjun to match his compatriots' achievement because, well, can you imagine in the scenario if Arjun wins this one, Arjun gets next on the FIDE circuit points, and Arjun becomes the next challenger, and then it's gonna be like an all-Indian match of the World Championship title.
Absolutely, Irene. That is the dream, but I think the dream is still a bit far away. At least looking at this position, Arjun's chances of winning this game, frankly speaking, I think it's around 10%. Now, Gukesh winning was also almost equally unlikely, but I think not all miracles happen on the same day. So I would not get too excited with regard to the potential prospect. Meanwhile, oh my God, such an emotional reaction from Gukesh he has I think had one of the biggest days in his 18-year-old life so far. Just 18 years old
Yeah.
and already the world champion, one of the youngest world champions in the history ever, and younger than past legends like Gary Kasparov, younger than past legends like Bobby Fischer, and most recently Magnus Carlsen. What an incredible achievement by Gukesh here.
No, I'm so happy for him. Oh my gosh, I'm in tears.
No, Gukesh knows how to celebrate in style. I
Yeah.
think maybe you watched the reel after the Olympiad win, and he knows how to celebrate in style. He
Yeah.
looks all calm, he looks all serious, but he separates things from on the board to off the board. And once the tournament is over, he celebrates like crazy. It's like how a football player scores after scoring a goal, but for a longer duration.
Yeah. Well, congratulations for Gukesh, his family, and the whole Indian chess fans because this is the moment that I'm sure everyone in India right now is waiting for. Yeah.
Absolutely. I see you also getting a bit emotional, and
No, I'm in tears actually. So I mean, just looking at his reaction and then the whole Srinath. I'm
I
speechless
can
at the
I can
moment.
totally understand, but I'm still not totally reacting because I think still there's some work to do here, and that's with regard to Arjun's game. Now, if I was, for instance, the captain of the
Yeah.
team, and let's say Gukesh has won, but it's still only one of the boats, and there's still another boat. Of course, I'm not the captain of the team, so I'm a commentator, and I'm looking at this game still neutrally. But again, couple of more moves after a5. Knight e2 has been played by Eshipenko at this point, attacking Arjun's bishop on c3. Arjun played the bishop to b2, and now Eshipenko has played the knight back to f4, daring Arjun to take this pawn on a7. In that case, he will lose the bishop on b2, and Arjun can play this pawn to a6, but Eshipenko will just take this pawn. So at this point, Eshipenko is threatening to repeat the moves and force a draw here.
Yeah. Well, it's oh we actually have a move here. I think Arjun played bishop c3.
In that case, that's repetition once.
Wow.
If he played bishop to c3, that would be, yeah. He goes back knight e2. So Irene, they are going towards a repetition, and there's actually not a lot of ways for Arjun to continue. So he goes bishop
Yeah.
b2.
He goes
I think we
bishop.
should have the full screen camera at this point because we might see the moment where we see the Qatar Masters 2024 champion, and there
there
it
you
is.
go.
It's a win for Andriy Eshipenko. He's the winner of the 2024 Qatar Masters with a draw against Arjun Erigaisi, who really fought. He threw everything at him and created a lot of pressure, but Eshipenko was equally up to it with so many precise defending moves in at least the last 20 moves and deservedly winning the Qatar Masters 2024.
Yeah, congratulations also for Andrei Shipenko, yeah? And wow, I'm still trying to regain myself from Gukesh's win. And it's incredible. It's incredible. For me, it's a very emotional day as a chess player because we have the youngest world champion just happened today. Note the date is 12/12/2024. So it feels like everything is fate.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
know,
a
right?
destiny. It's
Yeah,
like, the ending of the days. It's like 12th December. It's like 12/12/2024. It's like everything is kind of has
yeah, yeah,
its
yeah, yeah,
rhythm,
yeah. The
so
pattern,
the
the
pattern,
mathematical
yeah,
pattern.
exactly.
The
So
18th world champion, 12/12/2024, and there's a lot of multiples of three there, multiples of two.
yeah, yeah. Wow, it's amazing. But okay, we have the winner of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. Andrei Shipenko is now on 7.5, undefeated, and is the outright winner. And on the second board, Abdusattor Nodirbek is still playing on against Mendonca Leon Luke, and it looks like Abdusattor is going to win this game. And when he wins, he's going to join Arjun Erigaisi with 7 out of 9.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, he's going to he's going to catch up, and this has implications for the FIDE circuit as well, Irene. I'm just making calculations on what exactly happens in the FIDE circuit. But since we have a draw on the third board today between Shant and Salim, we have, I think we have the top two confirmed, which is the first place is Andrei
Yes.
Yeshipenko, and Arjun Erigaisi will have the second place because he has the superior tiebreak, which is rating performance, over the potential third place winner, Nurulbek Abdusatoro. Now, if they tie for the second and third place, as far as I understand, both of them get 16.1 points each, which in this case means Fabiano will continue to lead the FIDE circuit by, let me just give me just a moment and I'll have so tied 2 to 3 is about 3.7 points lead for Fabiano at the FIDE circuit right now. So Arjun needs to have a performance where he gets this 2.7 points going. Otherwise, Fabiano will be the 2024 FIDE circuit winner and will be the first one to qualify to the 2026 FIDE candidates. The winner of the FIDE candidates will play against the current world champion, Gukesh, in the 2026 FIDE World Championship match. So this is the
This
this
is
is
the
the current
moment,
situation.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So apparently Leon is still thinking, and let's quickly take a look what's happening on the fourth board just to see what's happening there, the current position.
So the fourth board is so we have a couple more boards which are going in the top 10 at the moment. The fourth board also seems approximately even at the moment because both the sides have 4 pawns each. White has 4 pawns, black has 4 pawns, and um, there is, I think, no clear way for either of the side to increase their advantage in material. I wouldn't take knight into b4 as black though, because this weakens the b5 pawn. So black just needs to make sure he steers away from such mistakes and goes knight to e7 instead. Retreats the knight so that the b5 pawn is not in any imminent danger. And I think black is safe here. The other game in the top 10 between Nihal Sarin and Daneshwar Bhatia. We covered this game a bit earlier where Nihal found a very nice way to get an advantage. And so far he's keeping the advantage. He's an exchange up. And if Nihal wins this, I think he will probably go somewhere towards the top 5. Because not a lot of people won today with 5.5 out of 8. There's only Karthik and Murli who had a pretty successful performance. So I can imagine him being the first in tiebreak. Also playing Arjun Erigaisi gives a big boost to your rating average and eventually your rating performance. And Nihal is the only other person. So I think he can potentially be somewhere in the top 5 or maybe top 7 to be safe.
Oh, right, yes, because most of other players, I think they already kind of finished. I'm just trying to find if we have. Oh, we still have actually 25 games ongoing, but yeah,
Overall.
yeah. But we're going to pretty much focus on this one, Abdusattor versus Mendonca, because this. So if Abdusattor wins, then it means that he's going to be sharing the second place, but on tiebreak he's going to be the third. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure what is the implication for that on the FIDE circuit, but I think it's not such a big difference.
Yeah. Yeah, actually you're right. Yeah, we still don't know how it's going to be in the overall calculation for the FIDE circuit points.
Yeah, yeah, I think if at all there's a difference, there will be maybe a 1 point difference. But yeah, on the other hand, we still have everything to play for in the World Rapid in New York with this development, Irene, for the 2026 World Championship cycle, which is again it's a long distance away. So it's not like the 2025 FIDE circuit, which will be the last place for the 2026 candidates. It's just the 2024 candidates FIDE circuit, and it's only going to be the first place out of 8 other people who are going to get into the candidates. But the advantage of qualifying from the 2024 circuit is that it gives you the license to totally relax in the year 2025. But I'm not sure if that is necessarily a great thing, because sometimes having the harder path also strengthens you more. It gives you more challenges, and it keeps your nose on the grind. So I think it's for me, there are pros and cons, and it's not end of the world depending on whoever qualifies.
Right. So King C2 is on the board. I think the moves are going to come easy for Abdusattorov here. King will go to B3 and then slowly just keep moving with the pawn and the king. And of course, if should there be any checks, then actually there's some defensive idea that Black can try in this position. That after King C2, you just don't really move and then wait until King B3 and then you just keep from the back rank.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think it's a fairly straightforward way for white to win here, right? It's a fairly straightforward way, and how much rating does exactly Arjun retain at the end of this tournament, Irene? So he's 2801. His opponent is rated 2682, and with a draw in this game, he loses minus 1.6. And how much was he gaining until this point?
It's 2802.2. So 1.6, so 2101. Sorry, I'm losing my math right now.
So 2802.2 minus 1.6
Oh,
is
it's 1.6, yeah.
2801.2 minus 0.6. It's, I think, 2800.6,
Yeah,
which means 2801 it gets rounded to.
Yep, yep.
So he keeps his rating, yeah?
He gives this rating.
He keeps his rating, but he falls back to number 4, which means it will be Magnus Carlsen, number 1, starting at January 2025 official FIDE rating list. Number 2 is Fabiano Caruana at 2803. Number 3 is Hikaru Nakamura with 2802. And number 4 is Arjun Erigaisi with 2801. These will be the 4 players above 2800 going into the year 2025. And number 5 is the newly crowned world champion Gukesh, who has, despite winning the world championship match, he actually lost 6 rating points. So he's at 2777 now.
Right. I'm still trying to find words on what's happening right now. There's so much thing to reflect on. Yeah.
Absolutely.
This has been quite a few weeks because I was in Singapore myself until game 6, and where I left it, it was still equal, right? And then actually until yesterday, it was still equal too. Until half an hour ago, it was still also equal. But yeah, things have turned drastically to Gukash's favor. And
Absolutely.
wow,
And finally, Leon makes a move.
What did he do?
After such a long time, he plays the king back to f6, and it's a technical win, but it's still going to take I think Nordebek a few more moves to convert this. He has to get the king to b3. He has to start pushing the pawn on the a file. Meanwhile, we have another result. The game between Artemiev and Zemlyansky ended in a draw,
Yes.
as we anticipated. So that's another game where both the players had 5.5 points, which has ended in a draw, which means the only two votes in the top 10, which is still ongoing. One, the game between Nihal Sarin against Daneshwar, in which Nihal is completely better at the moment. And the other game, Noderbek against Leon, in which Noderbek is winning at the moment, but I think he's still going to ponder over this for a few moments. So maybe we can have a short break and return in a few moments when the picture is clearer on this board.
Yes, so stay tuned. Hello, welcome back everyone to the final round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. After the break, Srinath and I are still trying to process what is going on today. Today is the monumental day for every chess player in the world. We have the youngest world champion, Gukash, defeating Ding Liren in game 14.
Absolutely, Irene. A crazy historic moment, and I think we are lucky to be,
Yeah.
witnessing it from so up close, being a part of some of these moments. And I can't even start to think what this means for the future because I'm still soaking in the present moment. And talking about Kukish, we still have the games of one of his biggest competitors, Nodibek Abdusatro, the game against Leon Mendonca, which is about to end at any moment. So let's pan into that already with a clear advantage there, Nodibek. Now he keeps giving these checks to the White King, and White has these two clear extra pawns. So the rook is taking care of one pawn, the king is helping the other pawn march forward, and the position is so completely winning for Nodebek, but there are still some formalities. And they already have a budding rivalry, Gukesh and Nodebek, a historic win for Abdusatro in the 2022 Olympiad, helping Uzbekistan win gold in the Chennai Chess Olympiad, and Gukesh being super motivated because of that in the 2024 Olympiad. And the 2026 Olympiad is set to be in Tashkent, Irene. And Gukesh, Gukesh did tell me that he was already looking at that, and he feels the revenge will be complete if India wins in the 2026 Olympiad.
Well, yeah, he's so young, achieved a lot already. Oh my gosh. And then just about 30 minutes ago or so, that's the biggest title in his life, I would say, right?
Yeah.
Because that's the dream of all chess players, to be a world champion, and he's done it in such a young age, just 18 years old.
Absolutely. And whilst we are all talking a lot about Gukesh, I must say that although it's a very tough moment for Ding, he was the reigning world champion until 30 minutes ago. Although it's a very tough moment for him, I think huge kudos to him for putting up such an incredible fight despite not being at his best shape. Now we all
Yeah.
know what peak Ding is capable of, and I felt that a lot of these difficult moments for Ding psychologically started arising after he won the World Championship match, Irene. And no one wants to lose the World Championship match. No one wants to lose what you have. No one wants to lose the title. But with this off his back, I'm also looking forward to see the peak Ding again. Maybe I just have a hypothesis that this might actually help him lose some of the weight
Yeah.
off his back and help him get back to his best. And I think the world is certainly a better place when Ding is playing at his best.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm also thinking the same. And there you go. We have a resignation from Leon Luke Mendonca, and therefore, with this win, Abdusattorov Nordibak is sharing the second place with Arjun Erigaisi. So, wow, sure enough, it's the time of the tournament right now. This is pretty much the conclusion of the results. So we have Andrei Shipenko, outright winner of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, and we have two players just trailing behind with
7 out of 9.
7 out of 9. It's Arjun
Yes.
Erigaisi and Abdusattorov Nordibak.
Yeah, 7 out of 9 was enough to play for the championship last year. Last year, both Nodibek Abdusatro and Nodibek Yakubayev had 7 out of 9, and they played each other in the playoff for the championship, which Nodibek Yakubayev won. But this year, 7 out of 9 even 7 out of 9 not being enough to win the championship,
Yeah.
which goes on to show how fantastic Esipenko's performance was
Yeah.
and what a deserved winner he has been of the 2024 Qatar Masters.
Well, congratulations for all the winners. And since we don't have a tie break, the next schedule is just going to be the prize giving or the closing ceremony at 7 p.m. local time later. Srinath, before we end the stream, I would just like to first congratulate you for your, well, Gukesh has won the World Championship title, and now it must be also a very exciting day for you as a Indian Grandmaster.
Absolutely, Irene. It's a super exciting day. And like I said, I can't even begin to think what
Yes.
this means for Indian chess and India in particular, because who doesn't like victories?
Yeah.
And a victory like this, it's not just for the chess community, but I think it has a much more far-reaching effects.
Yeah.
And we saw that happen with Vishy Anand becoming a world champion. It impacted not just the next generation, but generations after generations.
Exactly.
And created so many chess players. And now we have this point where there are so many budding talents from India. And with Gukesh coming back and winning the World Championship match, getting it back to India exactly 11 years after Magnus Carlsen defeated Vishy, I can imagine a similar ripple effect happening.
Well, we'll see. Yes, and I actually expect the same thing too. But of course, kudos for Ding Liren. This is not
Absolutely.
an easy match for everyone, including Ding Liren. But he put up such a nice fight, and then I think you're right when you're saying that it takes off some pressure out of his shoulder, and then we're just going to wait for his comeback and being the best of the best again. So,
Absolutely. The
well,
return of the Ding.
the return of the Ding. So I would also like to thank everyone behind this production, especially to the viewers, to the chat who always with us all these 9-10 days.
Including during the all exciting World
Exactly.
Championship match, Game 14, and still being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, yes, and thank you for our media colleague, Kathy Sashalashvili and Angelika Volkova. Thank you for the whole Lichess production team, Theo, Wade, Dominic Toffer, Jesse February, and thank you also for all the other DGT and camera staffers. We have Pavel Dvorkovich and we have Majid and also Ufuk Tuncer. And last but not least, thank you so much again, Srinath, for being a wonderful co-commentator.
Thank you so much, Irene. It's been an absolute pleasure. It was, commentating with you was just like spectating with a friend and enjoying all the brilliant chess action in the last 10 days. It was thoroughly enjoyable.
Well, thank you. The honor is mine. And that's it, everyone. Thank you once again for being with us. And we will see you in the next Qatar Masters Open 2025. Bye for now.